Hello. Hello.
All right, all that is unmuted. How's it going on your side, Code?
I just had someone post one of those bot things of like, oh, won't somebody think of the children?
Mhm.
Like, yeah, okay, fine, sure. Like, the charity things are great. You don't post them in someone's as a reply to somebody's thing.
Was this on the Blue Skies or the FAs?
Yeah, the blue skis.
I haven't gotten those kinds of bots. Or at least I don't think I get those notifications.
I just got the one just then.
Okay, weird. I have most certainly have gotten Night Sky going ooh ooh once in a whiles. All right. All right. Am I awake? Yes. Am I emotionally or energy ready? Maybe not, but we're going to be doing this, chat. We're gonna be doing the Diablos.
We're gonna be doing it. We're gonna be doing it.
We're gonna be doing it. I'm gonna move over to the just chatting just for a quick.
Woo!
Hello.
Hi everyone.
Hi. It's another collaborative stream.
I know, how terrible of us. I wonder why I'm so tired. Maybe that's because people decided to take Grant on roller coaster rides the other day.
Yeah, no, Artemis, she took me to a birthday movie world. We went on all the rides. We went and saw a stunt show. We had Ice Queen. We didn't take any pictures of anything. That was like something I didn't realize until the end. I was like, huh, we didn't take any pictures anywhere. We just enjoyed
really
the moments.
Go back to Movie World because, as I've told everyone before,
Mm-hmm.
I fucked up and went to Movie World during school holidays, and this was also after the COVID pandemic.
Ah, so there was like hyper thingamadoog.
Mm-hmm. Everyone wanted to be there, but they didn't have enough staff to host everything.
Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't Grant's birthday. It was an early birthday thing for Artemis.
Yeah, it wasn't my birthday, Masonic.
Although tomorrow is my birthday.
Oh, is tomorrow your birthday, Code?
Tomorrow is my birthday!
Tomorrow's Code's birthday, and...
It is. Yeah, tomorrow. So tomorrow at 2 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, we are going to be doing a 12-hour stream. I may push it further depending on how things go, but 12 hours is going to be my limit. Where we're going to be playing games like Super Battle Golf, Teak, Repo, as well as a whole bunch of maybe solo games in between, just to help, pad things out. Games that I haven't played, games that I've been dying to play, games from my youth that I want to play, like, Dino Crisis.
Nice.
So there'll be all sorts of things, and then of course you guys can, come in, say happy birthday, join in the games, get frustrated when I hit you over the head with a golf ball, that sort of stuff. We may even do some Jackbox stuff like that too, just to sort of do something that's a little bit sort of chilled.
Bring the community together and what have you.
Yeah, so make sure you've got your phones charged, your tablets ready. I'll see if I can poke some of my artist friends to come by. We'll draw some t-shirts, and maybe, just maybe, the winning t-shirt I will buy, and not only that, but I will get them to design it as a t-shirt that I can wear on this avatar.
Yeah,
how's that sound, everyone?
That'll be kind of cool if you can do that.
Yeah.
I probably should have. I'm gonna steal that. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take that idea. I'm gonna take that idea off of you of the of doing.
My ideas.
That's a cool idea. I'm gonna steal it. Hang on. Actually, what I am gonna steal is a Pepsi.
Stealing my ideas.
I'm not. It's
stealing my ideas.
It's collaborative work, isn't it? I thought I could be a strong
Sire, you paid me to
Zeebs.
say hi. My name is Ebony Darkness Dementia Ravenway, and I have long ebony black hair. That's how I got my name.
What is
Purple
Kiaru
streaks
posting?
and red tips that reaches my mid-back, and I see blue eyes like limpid tears, and a lot of people tell me I look like Amy Lee.
Should I be understanding
if
this
you
joke?
don't know who she is,
I
get
don't
the
see
hell
this
out
joke.
of
Thank
here.
you, Artemis.
I'm not related to Gerard Way, but
I'm
I
Mob.
wish
How you
I was
doing?
because he's a major ducking hottie.
I have no idea what Kiaru sent me. Ebony Darkness Dementia Raven Way? Like, is this a copy pasta? Hang on.
I don't know.
Is the infamous Mary Sue protagonist of the notoriously bad 2006-2007 Harry Potter fanfiction Oh.
Did we just get Harry Potter fanfiction?
Yeah, alright. Moving on. Alright, I thought I could be a strong Z, because, like, I'll be real, I have not been keeping to chores, not chores, diet and all that kind of nonsense, and I thought to myself, I should just, try and be cookie for Vol. Here's your cookie, Vol. Not a cookie, sorry. Try and like, minimize my temptations and what have you today and, tomorrow and what have you, and see how far I can go. Unfortunately, I really need this Pepsi to keep me awake.
I get that. Hey, Code, you kind of sound like that character from Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. What was his name again? Oh, you mean the dog? What was it, like, Pedro? Or, like, what's the Spanish word for dog?
Diego?
No, it was something like that, but yeah. Like the Chihuahua dog? Yeah.
Alright,
No, I see it. I totally see it, and I'm fine with that.
Parito.
He's adorable. Parito.
Yeah. I'm probably even saying that wrong, but the
Yeah,
VA
totally.
was Harvey Guillen, an actor. Like, I know them through What We Do in the Shadows. That's like the first time I've seen them in something.
Yeah.
So,
But I totally get it though. Like, I'm cool with that. No, it was the guy with the thumb. It was purple Jude. Oh, Tom Thumb.
Is that his name? Tom? It's Jack Horner. Yep. Oh, John Mulaney.
Yeah.
Why do you get John Mulaney?
I don't know. Apparently, I sound like John Mulaney. Why? Who have people said that you sound like?
I haven't got people saying anything.
Jack Horner. Why do you think of Tom Thumb?
Because he got a purple thumb. Yeah. But like, he's from a nursery rhyme called Little.
Yeah, little Jack Horner sat in a corner. Eating
pie.
His Christmas pie when he stuck in his thumb and pulled out a plum and said, "What a good boy am I."
Hang on, let's see. Nursery rhyme dating back from the 18th. Themes of opportunism and greed with roots in Tudor period tales about Thomas Horner, a steward who allegedly stole deeds from a pie. What?
600 points for avoiding. Yeah, it stops everyone from spamming it. It means you gotta sit here and actually watch us for a little bit.
Yeah, like, you get, like, what, 300 points just for simply following? So you gotta, like, engage with the viewers before you get, some of the funnest stuff.
Yeah, you're at the halfway point.
Yeah.
And then you'll be a snack.
So, yeah, so... Alright, I got my bebis. I got that, done and dusted. So now I'm gonna get...
I have my... 1,500 milliliter bottle of cordial.
Nice. I have this 2-liter bottle right beside me of water as like an actual, like, fluids and what have you.
I say it's cordial. I only like it's like sugar free with like just a small amount of cordial in it.
Ah, okay. I think I'm allowed sugar-free cordial. Yeah, I'm allowed sugar-free cordial, but I don't know. I just don't. I'm not a fan of cordials. You have your Taz tumbler filled and ready to go. Bring on the stream. Hell yeah. Alrighty then. I am going to swap.
So it's already got a public game up for the other day.
From the other day.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. Look at this look at this Diablo.
No, that's a game that's public. So hang on. No.
Yeah, we'll need a host one. But yeah, look at this Code. Look at the quality of this intro sequence. Actually, you can't see shit. Let me...
No, I can't see it from...
Yeah, alright, give me a second. De-evolution. There we go. But yeah, it was such low quality.
I mean, that's sort of like what you get with it.
Multiplayer, we're 0 tier, aren't we? Yep. 0 tier. GrantZeebs!
Yep,
level 14.
Right, you'll have to create game. Don't create a public game because
create a game, normal speed, and then password. Let me just hide this, and I'm just gonna put in.
So if we want to be, because we're starting a new public game, technically, we could be sneaky and go down through some of the floors to do some level grinding before we jump back up.
I'm interested in how quickly we'll go in the first few, because like I think we got to a point where it's like, oh yeah, we can take the shortcut down to 9, but I'm kind of curious how we'd go in just not even exploring all the avenues, just being like, oh, let me hit these things to try and get to the next floor, and then working our way down. So I just need to come up with a good name. Roger, thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. I just need to come up with a password.
Just make sure that you like share it with me.
Yeah, no, hang on. Let me send you a direct message. I've copied and pasted this.
I noticed the little details on Code's cheek. He has some rosy cheeks like that. Do I?
You have
Yeah, I guess they're a little bit.
rosy
I guess they are a little bit.
cheeks. You got little rosy
I guess
cheeks. All
I
right.
guess they are a little bit wosy.
VOUOG.
Okay. VOUOG. You sure it's not 0? Hang on.
Hang on.
Because sometimes it'll trick you.
When it has like the little like plus inside the O, does that make it a 0?
I mean, we'll find out when I try to join. Unknown error network.
Hello, my friend. Griswold.
Okay, so okay, so when it's got the plus in it, it's a 0. When it's got the
okay, so V0U 0G.
Well, what can I do for you?
Code, how you doing today? I'm doing well, thank you, Roger. Thank you for asking. Now, come on, did I get it right this time? Unknown player network error.
What? Oh, come on. Are you typing in the password wrong?
No, hang on. Pull it up on the thing again so I can see. It's V.
All right, hang on. I'm just gonna hide this thing again, just so then that way the password isn't. So it's in the top left here.
It is really hard to read it from there.
No, okay.
Pop out. Let me have a look. No, that looks to be Z. That looks to be the. Hang on. Because it's the plus through it.
Yeah, which I think is an O. Because like I've done, because the way I've done the password, I know that's you know, not a 0.
Okay. And then it's
copy and paste the password. It's not the password, it's the game code itself, and I can't copy that. That's the problem.
Oh, I think I got it this time.
You got it this time?
Yep, I got it this time.
Hell yeah.
No, sometimes it just doesn't like us. You know, when we try to do things, it just doesn't like us. Okay, so I've got a fair few potions and lotions.
As do I. So
we are playing the original Diablo.
Yeah.
Like, this guy's not going to try and hit us with the... Thank goodness you've returned.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we've already done all this, buddy.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, so down to hell. This is... That's the level 9, is it?
Yeah.
No, that's level 17.
Yeah, okay. Well, this way. Let's go through the church.
Okay, so we're going to take the long way down, are we?
We'll see how we go. Excuse me.
You're right?
Sorry, I had to sneeze.
I was waiting for your goddamn brains to pop out of your fucking...
Also,
the first guy you spoke to kind of sounded like Shadow the Hedgehog. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, look at that. There's a staircase right over there.
Yeah, we could take on the Butcher again, too, and try and get his...
Get his stuff, yeah. Like, everything is being hit in, like, one go here as well. Ooh, Potion of Healing. I will pick that up. All right.
Yeah. This is a good time for us to make sure that we grab as much crap as possible.
Well, let's just go to the stairs, because we can... Because, yeah, also, I'm like a walking tank now. Also, apparently there's, like, a morning star back there.
Oh, shit. Oh, right. We've got to be careful. We don't have the lockpicking skill anymore.
Oh, yeah, that was Velk's thing because of the rogue, right?
Yeah. So Velk, unfortunately, can't join us at the moment because they currently... they're coming out of surgery for an operation thing, which we're hoping they're all right. We're keeping in contact with them to make sure that they're okay.
Yep. They're fighting for their life. Also, I can't see shit. My light level is really low. Like, look at this darkness.
Darkness. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the surgery's for. We just know that they've had to go in for it, and you know, we're wishing them all the best and hoping they're all right.
We are terrible friends if we are not familiar with the problems of our friends, and
Well, sometimes they don't want to tell you their problems too. Don't forget, so it's not necessarily.
yeah, you're right. You're right. Let me pick up my gold. There
I
we
found
go.
I found the downstairs for level 3, by the way.
Nice. I'm surrounded by skeletons trying to kill me.
Ah, you can fight off a couple of skeletons trying to kill you.
Yep.
See, at this point, Grant and I aren't afraid to go a little bit solo, so we're fine to sort of wander off on our own.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Ding. Dong.
Because like right now, this is a low-level area, and we're built like brick shithouses.
Yep. Ooh, bookcase.
Yeah, what's up, Roger? Feel free to ask any questions as long as they're appropriate to the stream.
Book of Firebolt. Do you need another Book of Firebolt?
Have you ever played FNAF? I have not really played the... Like, I've played the first one, but I've never really played the franchise. Seen the FNAF movie? I want to watch the FNAF movie. I've just not had a chance to watch it.
I vaguely
could always go
remember
with
it.
more I could always go for more books of Firebolt because it increases the damage and decreases the amount of stamina I need for it.
Nice. All right. Well, I got that book on me. Where are you? Ah, okay, you're over there. All right. I'm heading back towards you.
Like I said, I do want to see it though because I have heard really good things about the movie, and I was a bit of a fan of the.
Damn.
Oh, Dark Passage. I don't think we've seen that last time we played.
Oh, it must be for like a side. It must be for one of the quests because like apparently like the way Velk was explaining it, it's like, you know, different quests will pop out. Like you will always get the butcher or something like that, but like in a single player. But like you can have different quests like per save.
Oops, I got an extra question. Yeah, feel free. Like I said, questions are always nice.
All right. Ooh, chest. Quilted short staff of heal other and a buckler.
Belly rubs? Yep, belly rubs are always important. Can't go past a belly rub.
Here's your Book of Firebolt.
Thank you. I wonder how like right now my Book of Firebolt is spell level 8.
Yeah, I got.
Can we have a look at that Dark Passage?
Yeah, let's have a look at that Dark Passage. It's probably for some random quest.
Alright, because we might get something good out of it.
Maybe. Like, it will definitely be something different for sure.
Like, I've hardly used up any mana now with my Firebolts, and the damage it deals out.
Mm-hmm. And this is with it now at level 8, is it?
Yeah, this is it with the level 8.
Okay, okay.
Okay, just... Nah, unfortunately not. I did have a Vor command thing for those who were like subscribed and stuff, but at the moment I've just sort of removed a lot of those commands just because it was a little bit difficult to keep up with those, and I was trying to sort of refresh how things were around here.
Yeah, it's a little tough, like trying to keep up with redeems and what have you, especially as we're like, you know, doing this collaborative thing. Oh, it's a dead end. Okay, that's why you went back to me.
Yeah, I would like to add in some like redeems and things like that for, you know, for people who come into the stream and who subscribe and things like that. But like right now, like my subscriber count isn't really high enough to warrant that sort of thing. Like I hardly get even like maybe 10 people subscribed.
Yeah. Honestly, just things are just costly, and I can't really fault people. Like when me and Artemis, like when we went to Movie World and such, we went past Dream World, and like one of the things we spotted, like on a Saturday of all things, like Saturday morning, like 10 o'clock, there was like all this extra parking spaces and such. It didn't look that busy.
Yeah, like it's the same issue with work at the moment. Like work's asking us to try and
Oh, because this must have been because of like the poison. Because this
The
was supposed to be...
tainted water supply.
Yeah.
Okay, that means when we go back up, we should be able to claim on that one.
Nice. Alright. Let's just try and get out of this dark passage. God damn, this game. Also, what the hell is with my wrist? What the...
No worries, Roger.
So...
Yeah, the slowness is just a little bit tedious. But then, of course, yeah, it's one of those games where it's like, you've only got like so many levels.
Yeah. It only has like, what was it? Someone said it was like 16 or something?
Yeah, 15, 16 levels.
Yeah. Alright, so we got that one done, because that was on the second floor. And then we can open this room up.
Yeah, so up to the top north is where the staircase is. By the looks of it, the butcher's in that area too.
Yeah. Don't you have like a fire-breathing dragon ability?
I do, but it does use up a lot of mana, so I save it
for the big stuff. For the big leagues.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. I wish I could just click on the other side of this wall and my guy just like paths the entire way through, but nah, I have to like have him
there are some games that allow you to do that, but not this one.
Would be good. Alright, so we need to go up this way. Is the guy on the second or third floor, the butcher?
I think he's on the second, because I remember him being on the second.
No, I think he might have been on the third.
Well, we'll have a look. Let's go up this way, because I think he's up here.
Oh, whoops, hang on. Let me just...
You went the stairs, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I went down the stairs. Alright, there we go.
Going up the stairs and going down the stairs and going up the sideways stairs.
Up and down the stairs.
Magical shrine.
Yeah, I don't see...
Because if you check out the other areas, because there's a morning star over there in the middle of all that gold.
Yeah, we just need to take the long way. So what did the altar do for you?
It was a magical shrine. I'm not sure what it did,
15,
honestly.
40, 56, 49. I have a random cape. Yeah. I'm just a walking tank.
You're a walking spanking tank.
I just have very low, like, light level, which is probably my biggest pet peeve right now.
What was up? Oh, yeah, there's some guys up here we haven't...
Oh, there's a lot of them. Hang on.
Yeah, see what I mean? Takes up a lot of mana to do that.
Okay. Alright. Grab you. Grab the morning star, grab the gold.
Jeez, we're getting enough gold out of these guys.
Well, it's a lot of low-level gold as well, don't forget. Like, sure, it's like, you know, you get like 10s and 20s, but it's like most of the stuff we start purchasing for our level is going to be something like, hi there, Blue, welcome. It's going to start being, you know, stuff where it's like you need like 5,000 gold or something, so really...
Yeah, especially if we want to buy stuff off of work.
Yeah, at least good stuff. Ooh, another mace that we can identify. Scroll of Inferno, nice. Oh, okay, so there is like a room here? Let's see. Is it a...
Go suck a lemon.
Doesn't look like a room. No?
No, it's just a wall, okay.
There's an enchanted shrine there. I'm not sure what that does.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I'll take the risk.
Yeah, I think he's down on level 3.
Okay, I remember him being on level 2. Magic is not always what it seems to be.
Ooh, did you get like a downgrade to your magic? So right now,
No,
like,
my magic is 109 at level 90.
So my base level magic 35, staying at 35. Dexterity is 30, going up to 40. Vitality 35, going up to 49. Strength is still 50. So,
need a thing of like, yeah, let's go down to level 3. Need a thing of like what all of the shrines do.
Because normally we reliant on Velk telling us this stuff. All right. So I found the next staircase, so that's an easy find.
Damn, I love that thing.
It's just so helpful, isn't it?
If we find the bone room again, I want to see if I can upgrade this thing.
Oh, good point. I wonder if that... Oops, sorry.
All right.
So, gotta go this way now.
Oh, a library.
Library.
Scroll of healing. Book of Town Portals.
Yep.
Let me give you... Hang on. I've got a few scrolls of healing.
Because I've got...
Let me give you that scroll of healing.
I got a level 2 town portal and a healing spell 3. And then a holy bolt 1.
I don't need scrolls of Town Portal.
Okay. Oh. Finally, my first hit. I heard my guy going, Oh,
no. Oh, he touched me. That was gross.
Another skeleton tome giving a scroll of town portal. Nice. A lot of doors and walls in this one.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, another hidden. There we go.
Yeah, they gotta stop hiding on us.
God, I have not had any indication of a level up yet.
No, let's not forget, these things are like low level. We're probably getting 0 to like maybe 1 or 2 XP out of them. Not even that.
Yeah.
Like, hang on, let me just see.
So I've gone
like,
from...
I'm close. I'm... Yeah, I'm... Oh, yeah, getting a small amount off them. Not a lot.
Yeah, it would take way too long if we, like, stuck here. So, like, most likely, once we deal with that butcher, town portal back up, and then we'll just, like, jump down to level 9.
Because you want his cleaver again, don't you?
The cleaver would be good. It's a very low cleaver. Oop, what the? What's V?
What happened?
Oh, if I press V, it just says de-evolution 155. So.
Oh yeah, it does that with me too.
Interesting. Maybe it's just telling us the version. Ooh, a mace.
Ooh, blue mace. Oops, sorry, I picked that up.
No, you're all good. You're all good. It needs to be identified anyway.
I have a scroll of identify, so I was going to identify it.
Nice.
Mace of the Sky, 3 to all attributes.
Nice. I am currently wielding an Amber Scimitar of Vim, which is plus 14 to Vitality, resistance to all plus 18, 3 to 7 damage. Honestly, it's a good scimitar, and the fact that it's giving me resistances is probably a good thing.
You can't argue with resistance.
Yeah. So, yep, trying to find...
Oh, a small shield over there.
Yeah. So yeah, my shield, my crown, and my armor is all like legendary level, so I just need to be extra careful about you know, letting it get like down in like durability and such.
Ooh, okay. I need to be careful. I was running out of mana just then.
I could do with your magic down here.
Sorry, I was checking out something down here. Whereabouts are you? Okay, yeah, I see where you are.
Yep. Think. Alright. Because yeah, I'm still looking for the
The butcher?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't see a thing around here either. I thought it would be. Like, you seem like you're getting close to it down there.
Maybe. Thank you for all your fire-breathing dragon nonsense. Ooh, a longbow of blue. Ding dong. So yeah, how's it going, Blue? How was your
ring up here?
How is your anniversary? Your affiliate stream anniversary? I was able to like slip in and watch that for a little bit. And
yeah, apologies I couldn't join in, Blue. I was a bit worn out during the day.
And I had like prior arrangements and such. Honestly, there was just so much people wanted to do this weekend, of all things. I don't know what was going on. It was like there was a public holiday or something like that. And people were like, this is the perfect time. Girlfriend wanted to celebrate something. Blue wanted to celebrate something. Friends wanted to go to the movies. Everyone wanted to do something. All right, what's the Divine Shrine? Actually, you know what? Fuck it. It's at this point, I open up Microsoft Edge and I type in Diablo Shrines. Diablo 1 Shrines. So let's go.
Honestly, it has been a bit of a busy week, hasn't it?
Yeah. All right. So, looking at the full list, shrines. So if we look at, the Divine Shrine is fully restores both health and mana of the activated player and gives them 2 full rejuvenation potions or 1 full heal and 1 full mana.
Oh, this one gives. Oh, this one's a nice one for you. Ring of the Jaguar, hit point
Oh my god,
19.
Lol, I'm out of... Okay, I need to get rid of the cape and the saber because those are just, you know, low-level nonsense. And then this goes into here. Sorry, what was it that you wanted me to check out?
Yeah, I got your ring.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
It gives you more hit points.
Nice. Can I wear 2? Yeah, I can wear 2. Nice. So I got a Ring of Stability, which is a faster hit recovery, and Ring of the Jaguar. Nice. If we find something that's like a ring with like light levels and such, that would be wizard.
Did you just say wizard?
Yes, I said wizard. What of it?
You're a nerd.
So are you. We're both playing Diablo Code. My brother in Christ, we are both nerds.
Yeah, but I look better as a nerd.
Yeah, he's only saying that because he's got glasses on his model when I have muscles on my model. We're not the same.
I have muscles on mine. They're just under the shirt sleeves.
Meanwhile, look at this muscle. Look at all this. Blue, you cannot shout nerd to us. I literally saw you on stream having a fucking tier list over the different Mario Party boards. Whether or not that was my recommendation is beyond it. The fact is you did engage. And then you also rated Aussie Chips.
And the fact that you were drinking different types of oils.
Oh yeah, he's an oil and he's a dash juice enjoy over here. As Jackbox last night said, freak alert. Yep. So I wish I could like save Jackbox shirts, like a bookmarked or something like that, rather than having to try and save the image. Wait, is he seriously not here? Have we looked everywhere?
Yeah, we've looked at. Yeah, we've looked pretty much everywhere. I thought he was on the second level. I feel like he is still on the second level.
That is so weird.
A decapitated body. Yeah, they had gold on them.
Decapitated body. Looks inside. Head.
That honestly would be kind of funny.
That would be some Fallout level storytelling, I'll tell you what. You just go to a skeleton that's titled Decapitated Head, you check its inventory, and you see it has a head. Alright.
Because there's the stairs down there.
Would he be on level 4, perhaps?
No, because we got him on level 2.
I don't remember.
I'm going to go back up to level 2 quickly.
Alright. I need to find my way back to... okay, yep. No, I know how we get our way back. Gosh darn this game having really long, like, pathing and such.
I think there was
Well,
a
I
thing
don't
to
care
turn on,
what
like,
gender you
sprint
are.
in the,
Put on the maid
the
outfit.
mod options, but it was like, we'd probably end up losing each other.
I think it was like an automated sprint or something like that in town was the option. I think that was the actual option. So, and it's like you'd have to leave this. Oh, there's a skeleton tome that was missed. Book of Holy Bolt. Okay, yeah, no, I'm gonna read that just so then that way I have like a stronger level.
You'll need that for Diablo, remember?
Oh yeah, that's right. Because like I'm gonna have like a bit of a tough time without it, or if I don't have it. Oh wait, no, I was going the right way. Gosh darn it.
I see a bit of an area I didn't explore down here that wasn't marked. Because even when you explore areas, it marks them in red, but there's an area just down near the south side of the second level that doesn't seem to be...
Goat Shrine. Acts as a random shrine, not recommended to use. Ah, okay. I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep this file open just so I have a little context for all the different shrines and such. Because normally, Velk would tell me this stuff.
Yeah, I think Velk said to avoid the goat shrines.
Mm-hmm. Because the devil apparently operates through goats. Some weird Christian... Well, like, why is the devil, like, represented through goats of all things? Like, what did the goats do?
They know what they did or did not do.
Like, wasn't a goat sacrificed to God and shit like that? Like, wasn't that, like, one of their normal things? Why isn't it not, like, I don't know, a snake? Your weapon just broke. You are correct. My weapon did just break. How did I not see that?
Grant, did you break your weapon?
I broke a good weapon, yeah.
Grant, how could you? Alright, I am going to feel like an idiot because I removed all my scrolls to town portal.
What the hell am I getting attacked by? Shadow beasts. Oh, okay. And this thing is doing 1 to 8, 1 to 4, 1 to 10. Fuck it. Thank goodness these guys are doing, like, no damage whatsoever.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Although I found a, Yeah, the butcher's not on level 2. That is so weird.
Why do I feel like these things are glitched?
Don't know. Maybe he doesn't show up because we got that dark thing, the well. Because we did the water.
Maybe? Okay, yeah, losing that scimitar has been pain.
What level are you on? You still on level?
I'm still on level 4. I'm just surrounded by all these dark beasts. And I'm using all my potions. I've used like 3 of them right now.
Alright, well maybe town porter yourself out and I'll meet you up top.
Unless you want to go through this town portal and help me.
Well hang on, yeah, well let me head up the top. Yeah, it'd be funny. We never really explored level 1. Could you imagine if he was on level 1?
That would be ridiculous if that was the case.
Alright, I firstly need...
Fuck it, I'm going through this portal.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, go through the portal, because I need healing items, so I can't jump out there and help you.
Nah, fair. Alright, yeah, I can't... That's kind of ridiculous that I, like, somehow just did not notice my weapon breaking. Identify the Morning Star? Morning Star of Quality adds 2 points to damage. Cool. The club, add 2 points to damage. Plus 8 to dexterity. And the mace, chance to hit plus 7%, 20% light radius. Okay. I am gonna go... Oh, hang on. Talk to Kane.
Okay.
Alright.
Alright, let me go and talk to Kane as well, because I got a stuff I got to identify.
So that was Morningstar of Quality, and this is... There we go. So that's 1 to 8. 14, alright.
Nah.
Scroll of Golem requires 51 magic. How did I get that scroll?
Long Sword of the Mind, plus 10 to magic.
Ah.
I was awakened during the night by a scraping sound just outside of my tavern. When I looked out from my bedroom, I saw the shapes of small demon-like creatures in the inn yard. After a short time, they ran off, but not before. Greetings, good master. Welcome to the many
Oh yeah, I need to talk to the healer.
What's that you say? The mere presence of the demons has caused...
What did he just drop?
He dropped a ring. Ring of Truth. Not identified. Oh my gosh. Alright. So the Ring of Truth is going to do something big. Ring of Truth. Indestructible. No required attributes. Plus 10 hit points. -1 damage from enemies. Resist all plus 10. Well, I'm going to get rid of this hit. Actually, do you want it instead? So then that way you're not... Because I have a lot of legend...
Yeah, give me the hit points one.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. There's your Ring of Truth. So, because yeah, I've got like 3 different legendary items. What's up?
Yeah. No, I was just having a look. No, resist all. Oof.
Yeah, because I've got like 3 different legendary items, so...
Like, being able to resist all, like, that is... Woo, boy.
Uh-huh, alright.
Like, I will not say no to being able to resist all the damages.
Mm-hmm. I'm just buying some potions of full rejuvenation, so then that way I get, like, you know,
I
That
gotta go.
it heals both.
spell-
Ooh, Scroll of Resurrection. That will be good for you.
I've got one as well, so maybe you should have a couple on you just in case I die.
I have one on me, is what I'm saying.
Good day. How may I serve you?
And then I got no gold because all of it is in here. Got a random longsword, broadaxe of the sky. Oh yeah, because broadaxes are like I think two-handed was the problem.
Because yeah, the other thing was too, I didn't see the guy's corpse at the start of the thing, so I don't think the butcher's in this game.
Do we want to like end this session and start another one then?
Do you really want to get the butcher that badly?
Would be good, especially since I already fucked. Oh, hello, Farnham the drunkard. What do you have to say? Also, it gives us an opportunity to double check some of the settings that we might want to turn on for like quality of life between you and me. Because I'll be frank with you, by God, is this game is aged.
Yeah, look, I'm happy that if you want to do that, if you want to start another instance.
All right, new game, and then hit cancel. Out of these, we go to settings. All right.
Hang on, I meant to quit game.
Gameplay. All right. Friendly fire is off. Full quests and multiplayer is on. Randomizing quests is on. Run in town. Enable jogging/fast walking in town for Diablo and Hellfire. This option was introduced in the expansion. So yeah, let's turn that on. Spell hotkeys instantly cast the spell.
Hang on. Let me
Oh.
Spell hotkeys. That yes, I need because that'll be useful for me.
It instantly
Let me just
casts
check
the
and-
spell rather than switching the readied spell.
Still useful.
Force the bard character type to
let me-
appear.
We don't really need that. Hang on, let me just. Sorry, what? It's gameplay, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what have you turned on? You've turned on.
I've turned on.
Oh yeah, randomized quests. Randomly selecting available quests for new games.
I'm leaving that on because that was automatically left on. So we've got friendly fire off.
Okay.
Full quest and multiplayer is on. Randomized quest is on. Run in town is on. Quick cast for me is off.
Quick cast. Okay. Oh, quick cast is off. Okay, I'll turn that off.
So yeah, because that's what I had on my side, but you want that on.
I think we want to make sure that we both have them off or on. I think, because otherwise it doesn't really work for either one.
Experience bar added to the UI at the bottom of the screen. I want to have that on.
Where's that one?
It's under the test barbarian. It's below test barbarian and all that. So do you see it show?
Okay, yep. Yep.
Yeah, experience bar. Cool.
Show item graphics in store.
I think that's a meh.
Show item labels when auto refill belt. Okay.
Enemy
Auto-equip
health
weapons,
bar.
auto equip armor, helmet, shields. I think that's when we pick them up, but that could be a bit of a pain in the ass.
Enable floating numbers on gaining XP or dealing damage. Nah. Refill belt.
Not really. I mean, do we really need something like that?
Not really. Auto-equipped weapon. Weapons will be automatically equipped on pickup or purchase if enabled. I have that on.
Yeah, same here.
Ooh, gold is automatically collected when in close proximity to the player. I'm gonna turn that on.
Auto pickup gold. I'll turn that on as well.
Auto elixir pickup. Elixirs are automatically collected when in close proximity to the player. And then it looks like...
Does that mean... okay.
And then it looks like there's like numbers for like how many like rejuvenation or, heals and such.
Yeah, Adria refills mana. Yes. Let's turn that on.
Yep. When enabled, mouse is locked to the window. I don't care about that. Alright. So that's my gameplay done.
Yep, I've copied yours, so I'm fine with that.
Yep. Quick save is F2. Stopping here. Item. Oh, right control is to toggle the item highlight. I am going to press that when I'm in the game next. And then...
You're looking at key mapping?
I'm just looking at all the different key
yeah.
maps, just because, yeah.
Quick spell. Oh, there is quick spells. F5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay.
Yeah, so, and the setting in there is
With quick save and quick load being F2 and F3. I don't like that.
yeah.
I think I'll put those as...
I'm not using the function keys all that much, so it'll be useful for you to change.
F2, F3, F4,
Screenshot is print.
F3. Lightly useful for numpad players. Yeah, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Quick save and quick load is normally always F5.
Yep. Hide info
And
screen with space.
F8, isn't it, for quick load? F8?
Yeah.
Quick game, stop hero. I think that's everything. Belt items 1 to 8. Yep. Oh, there's more quick spell options. Huh.
Nope.
Really though, I only use like 4 out of like maybe the whole bunch of the spells, so I don't really see the rest of them as being that needed.
Let's just pretend I didn't, partially show the password on stream.
Grant didn't know. All right. So join a game. Is it the okay?
Hang on a second.
Hang on. Show me.
It
show me the thing.
is YKGBV.
YKGBV, and is it the same password?
Yeah, same password.
Hang on, I gotta remember the password.
Looks like we got the posing well again. Oh my god. Nope.
Nobody saw me put in the password. Shut up. Unknown error. Hang on. Did I?
Maybe I fucked up.
You saw? Shh. Bear paint.
Shh.
Saw it with my own eyes? No. Shh. Bear paint. Shh. I need you to show me the thing again too.
Why?
Oh, maybe because I had caps lock on. Maybe that might have done it. Ooh, you're in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Follow the path that lies between my tavern and the blacksmith shop.
Well, what can I do for you? If you're looking for a good weapon, let me show this to you. Take your basic blunt weapon, such as
There we go.
Works like a charm against most of those
Oh, being able to sprint in here, that's much better.
Mm-hmm. And then premium items are like Grand Sheet. Quilted armor of Vim. It looks like we get like maybe the same quests from the looks of it though.
Yeah.
Looks like it. Teleport, Guardian.
Holy crap. An Axe of Brilliance, fucking 31 grand.
Yeah, that's a bit much.
Claymore of Swiftness, fast attack.
Look at me zipping. Look at this, like zip.
Nom.
Meow. Ah, okay, cool.
So hang on, let me just go to my spells. So normally, Fireball, Serpents. Let's see. Holy Bolt will be my last. And Mana Shield, I can just click that on and put that off. Oh, Summon Elemental. That's right. We haven't played with that one yet.
Ooh.
Right, so let's go F1 for that. F2, F3. Holy Bolt will be... We'll keep that as F4. And if I really need to, I'll add on the other ones later.
Now I'm gonna buy Diablo 1 and play 2. I'm not, this game is not my speed. It's honestly, like, the reason I'm playing through Diablo 1 is because, you know, I'm like the kind of games I play are like games in my backlog or games that everyone has already played and I've never had the experience of. Because, like, I'll be frank with you, I have not played the Uncharted series. Before streaming, I had not played Kingdom Hearts, Devil May Cry, the Yakuza games. There are a lot of games that are in everyone's forte that are like, oh yeah, like back when I was a kid with a PlayStation or PlayStation 2, I played these games. Crash Bandicoot was another one. So like
you already? Oh yeah, you're already down here.
Yeah, I'm already down there. Cause yeah, we got from the looks of it a poison well mission and the
Oh holy crap!
Oh my god, does the elemental just run in like a suicide bomber or something?
He does. He's a fucking suicide bomber.
Jesus Christ, Blizzard!
Like would hang around. Like, holy crap!
Jesus Christ, Blizzard! 1996. You had no fucking chill, did you? You're just like, yeah, let's just create an elemental that will just explode by running in. Like
I was expecting him just to be like one of the, like, you know, just a little, oh, hang on, I'm just gonna, you know, hang around here, help you out type thing. Oh no, he fucking just blows himself up.
Yep.
I'll be honest, the only ARPG I got behind was
Path of Exile 2.
Path of Exile 2.
That one's a very new one, and also there is so much going on in there. Like, I will be frank with you, the one that I got into, the ARPG that I loved, is Code and I have played this, was Titan Quest. Ooh, a purifying spring. What does that do?
What did they break up 3 classes from Diablo 1 into 6 classes in Diablo 2? Mage becomes Paladin, Sorcerer becomes Necromancer, Warrior becomes Barbarian, with some crossover into Paladin Rogue. Yeah.
Purifying Spring gives you, it boosts your mana, so this is for you.
Alright, I am coming.
He's coming, chat.
Good lord, he coming.
Good That was not what I was thinking. I was thinking of good lord, he coming, and then the tuba noise, like... Did you get the Purifying Spring?
I did.
Oh, cool. I was able to click it as well for whatever reason.
Oh, if you click it randomly, it'll just slowly increase your,
Like, does it... What do you mean slowly? Like, you can just repeatedly press it and then it goes down slowly, or hang on?
So if you hold click on it, it will increase slowly. Like you're drinking from it.
Oh, well, I'm still at 48. So maybe boosting mana just means refilling. Like, I have not... It's not gone up any higher for me.
Yeah, no, it just means refilling. Hi, Tatsu. How you doing?
Hello, Tatsu. We are going to be so distracted with Diablo. So.
Yeah. Like, if we go to the next level and, like, the butcher isn't there, we'll just skip back down to the lower levels.
Mm-hmm. So, the butcher should be somewhere around here, because, like, you know, frankly...
The only useful summon in Diablo 2 was the crows and sometimes necromages.
I have no idea.
Disagree with... So, in Diablo 2, the druid gets summons of crows. They only last so many hits before they disappear.
Mm-hmm.
And in... Excuse me.
Ooh, Book of Holy Bolt. I will take that.
Yep. I'll need to upgrade my Holy Bolt at some point a little bit, but yeah.
What level is yours? Because mine's level 2.
Mine is currently level 2 as well.
Alright, I'll have you read the book first, because you're more mage, like, following and such, and I'm meant to just be a backup. Because, like, if that's the only holy book we come across in a long while, then it's better that you've read it than I have.
Yeah.
Alright.
And the necromages were the necromancer's ability, which was basically a bunch of randomly generated elemental skeleton wizards
Mm-hmm.
that would fire randomly generated.
Oh wait, hang on. Was there anything down here? Because like this is a long pathway.
They would fire like spells at things, and you could really, when you level them up, you were basically just like blasting everything.
Whee! Oh, there's the door.
But seriously, I was still not expecting the elemental just to be a fucking kamikaze pilot.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that either. It's a little bit funny, but holy shit, Blizzard had no chill. Like,
goddamn, Blizzard, like, seriously.
yeah. Just...
Necromages had utility, but needed the right curses to make sure that when somebody hit them, the monster took. Yeah. That's the thing with the Necromancer build in Diablo 2. It's one of those types of things that's like, it works with, like, pretty much all three of his trees in order to really make a summoning build work really well. Because unfortunately, the skeletons are normally pretty weak as piss.
Yeah. I partially understand none of this.
You will understand when we get up to Diablo 2.
Cool. Awesome. Found the stairs. Is there a trap here? No, there wasn't. Okay.
Yeah, because we're on level 1 still, aren't we? So...
Yeah, we still are, and we are most certain, and we do have the quest for the butcher. So, like, that's definitely going to be hitting us in the face shortly.
Yeah, because you want the butcher's cleaver.
It would be good to have. It's a like a low like toughness kind of cleaver, sure, but you know, it's a legendary weapon and what have you. So like, ooh, another.
Plus, it did a lot of damage when you had it.
Yeah, because it does like plus 10 to my strength, so definitely.
Or at least when you identified it, it did. Anyway,
yeah.
It could be a little different when we identified again later.
Maybe. Who knows? Oh, it's another library. Okay. Scroll of healing.
Another library.
Another Hey, Book of Charged Bolt. Oh wait, Charged Bolt. That's not the same.
That could be useful though for you to have if you're really stuck and you want to get rid of a whole bunch of enemies at one go.
Requires 25 magic. Sure. All right. So what's it?
Do you have 25 magic?
Yeah. What level was your Charge Bolt?
I never really cared too much for Charge Bolt. It's level 2.
Ah, okay. So it could have made it, more powerful for you then, rather than having it on level 1 for me.
Yeah, but I really don't use it. Like right now, like a lot of my flame-based skills are much more powerful.
Fair.
Not to mention, I've got the elemental, I've got the dragon, so any small advantages you can take, especially when it comes to maybe having a few spells in your repertoire.
Yeah.
Probably recommend taking.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll accept the spell then. I'll give it a try. Don't you worry.
Speaking of, I should have put Mana Shield on. I've heard a lot of good things about Diablo 4. Any thoughts? I have not. I've only played the open beta for Diablo 4. I unfortunately didn't go through much of it because at the time I was sort of like in between my emotions of if I want to do things. Like, But by what I played though, for like the druid gameplay was really interesting. Because the druid would shift more freely in between the bear and everything like that.
Oh, look, the stairs. And I found a shrine of stone. So, stone shrine, what do you do? Refills your mana pool and recharges all enchanted staves and staves you possess. Ooh, that will be good for you.
Yeah, but I don't have any enchanted staves that have anything really that useful on them.
Yeah, but it will do it without, like, you know, reducing the thingamadiggy, so... Because it's not useful for me. I don't use staves.
Yeah, I think the butcher is going to be up.
He says, and then dead end. Oh, you mean up as in, like, behind the stairs that are here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see. I'm glad. Ooh, a legendary longstaff. That's for you.
Oh, thank you.
That is crazy that a legendary dropped. I didn't think that was something that would happen.
Hey, thanks, Tom X Wolf, for the bits.
Ooh, you got biddies?
I did. I got 5 biddies. Oh, okay. So there's a bit of an oops to this one. So
What's an oops?
So it's -5 to vitality.
Oh,
Sure.
you identified the staff.
Yeah. But I get 10 to mana. I get fire hit damage 4, and fire resistance 20. But does that mean I get? Okay, let's give it a try. If it's bad, then
well, you got the ring that's giving you +10, so you're still overall getting an increase of like 5 to your vitality. Ooh, I think I found another. I think I'm gonna come across another library.
Like my vitality's gone down to 16.
Okay. Mine is 35, so I'm like twice.
Yeah, but I haven't really put any points into my vitality either.
Okay. You've been relying on like me and Velk tanking that shit for you.
Yeah.
What's your armor class? Because I'm at 87.
Mine's 54.
Okay, so we're both fairly high.
Like my overall health is about 49. Is about 45.
All right. Scroll of identify. Scroll of identify. Okay. Do I have anything that needs identification? No. Not really.
But I mean, this stuff isn't too bad, especially since it's, you know, giving me fire resistance, fire hit, and mana. So I can't argue with getting additional mana.
Yeah, no, that's a good thing.
Found the butcher's room.
Oh, nice. So they are on level 2. I thought they would be all the way down at level 3.
Yeah, it's because we didn't have the
quest.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it doesn't go down that far. Like, my vitality goes from 51 to 49 by the looks of it.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, no, sorry, 54 to 49. So only about maybe 5 or 6.
5 points, which, you know, like it said, it would only have it go down 5 points. And what's more is you're wearing the Ring of Truth, which is giving you, like, 10. So you're already overall, like, you know...
Yeah. All right. When you're ready, open the door, and then I'll drop in some of the salamanders, then close the door quickly.
All right, you ready? 3,
2, 1. Do it. Close the door. Okay, hang on. He's behind the door, so when you open it, it's gonna...
I am not losing any health to him right now.
The spirits of the dead are now avenged.
Now avenged.
The spirits of the dead are now avenged. Town portal.
The spirits of the dead are now avenged.
So yeah, all right. Let's. Okay, so you already identified your staff, didn't you?
Yep.
Well, what can I do for you? I was... Hello, my friend.
Identify the cleaver. This item is the butcher's cleaver. And then we still have the poison water, which we can probably do at level 3, which would do another,
Which, another one of those rings, yeah.
Yep.
Was it level 3 we found that dark passage?
Yep. Oh, I don't have room in my inventory? Oh, yeah, I don't have room in my inventory. Plus 10 to strength, unusual item damage, altered durability. So it's only a durability
Ooh,
of
see,
10.
that's...
So, alright.
So hang on, 10, what was it? 10 to strength?
10 to strength, unusual item damage, altered durability. Yeah, and it makes
Unusual item
and it makes me
damage,
lose
huh?
my shield, which gives me a plus 10 to dex and mine 10 to vitality. So it's like, it's a weird axe, I will be real with you, because...
Yeah, it's sort of that, do you want to...
So I'd rather keep my shield. And then, hang on. Sorry, I'm just... Because I bought a whole ton of potions. And I'm just going to move them into here. Because, like, you know, the thing you get... The guy will, like, replenish every time we go in and out.
Yeah.
So.
I've got... Yeah, I need to store my gold. Although I've got about 7k of gold now. I'm tempted on giving Wurt a try to see what I get out of him.
Mm-hmm. Scroll life identify, healing, resurrect.
All right, Wurt. Let's see if you've got... Let's see if we can get something good out of you. If not, I'll be breaking that wooden leg across your ass. Yeah, because if we get one more of those rings, that could be really useful. Then we can go through the rest of the floors.
Yep. And then I need to talk to
what have you got?
What's-Whoosies.
Okay, Cobalt Buckler. No, can't even afford it. Fuck you, Wurt. I'm gonna break that leg over your head.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'll meet you back in the portal, and I'll try and find that area.
Yep.
I sense a soul in search of answers. The people of Tristram. The greatest power is often the shortest lived. You may find ancient...
Oh.
My shield, book of chain. Ooh, oh, that costs 11,000. Chain lightning, damn. So you've gone through the portal already?
Yeah.
All right, I'll go through the portal next, so then it disappears behind us. There we go. All right.
Yeah, I remember that old playground thing for like the older Diablo games, that if you left the portals open, like monsters would follow you into the town and kill everyone. Which was just a load of crap.
Ooh.
Oh, Holy Bolt, there you go. Now you can level up Holy Bolt again.
Nice. So now my Holy Bolt is level 3.
Nice. So we should be doing some damage, both of us, to Diablo when we get up to him.
Nice. Actually, I'm pretty sure... Isn't there like a... Alright, so that...
I'm glad I caught up to you in time. Our will...
So, yeah, because there will be like a unique door. Did we get the unique door at level 3 or level 2?
I thought we got it at level 2.
Okay.
Should essentially be a hole in the wall.
Yep. Ornate Shrine. Permanent loss of 1/10 of your mana pool in exchange for 2 levels of Holy Bolt, regardless of whether you have the spell yet.
No.
So, not for you.
For you, maybe, if you want more Holy Bolt.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, because let me have a look. So, my mana is already 48. So... Permanent loss of 1/10 of your mana pool. So I would lose... So I'd go from 48 to 44 in exchange for 2 levels. Yeah, I'm going to go for it. Oh, put me down to 43. Because a tenth of 48 is 4.8, so it would have rounded up to 5, which then would make me a -5. Okay.
Mhm.
Well,
You
all I
chugging
needed.
mana? Of course I'm chugging mana. I'm a wizard. I chug the mana.
Mm-hmm.
I chug the mana so hard that, fucking, like, drunks are looking at me like, holy crap, he's a mana chugger.
So now it's level 5. What level is your Holy Bolt again?
Level 3.
Alright, so at level 5, it costs me 3 mana, and it damages 23 to 32.
I mean, that's not too bad. I can't argue with that.
Yeah, so, like, what's the difference between yours and mine? What's the armor?
Let me have a look. So, my Holy Bolt is... How do you check the damage on yours? Oh, right. Just
So you
put it
open
on
this,
the
so
thing,
you
huh?
press, no, you press B, and it shows you the full, thingy.
All right. So my Holy Bolt is 23 to 32.
That's at level 5.
Level 3.
Level 3. Oh, we got the same damage? So what's your mana?
The mana cost, though, is 5.
Okay, so yeah, we'll see. So we'll see if when we level up. So actually, no, we won't need to see with your level, because with your level up, ideally it should go down by 1 or 2, which then means, hey, who stole my shirt?
Haha, you got no shirt.
Ah, who stole it? Who stole my shirt? Artemis. You stole my shirt. Any cool books in here? No, no cool books in here. Diablo 2 has some sorcerer builds that would give you infinite mana as long as you're killing monsters. It turns Horde into a party. I like...
Let's not go too spoilery on Diablo 2 for Grant just yet, guys, because...
I've gone this long knowing nothing about the Diablo series, other than people hated Diablo 3 because it was the first time they brought in, like, a real item mall or something. A real currency item mall, which was like, people were worried about that shit, and then... they never did it again.
Which was good. I'm glad that they learned from their mistake when that one was.
I think it was because of the problem of, like, a true item mall and an enchanted shrine. What does enchanted do? Lowers one of the activating player's spells by 1 and raises all others by 1.
I don't like that.
I have a town portal level 2, and... Wait, hang on. So it says 1 of active. So
if you put Holy Bolt as active, it'll raise that by 1, but then
no.
others.
It raises all others by 1. So one spell gets a nerf, but the others get raised.
Okay. So then...
it's like, I would laugh if Charge Bolt gets given the nerf and gets stuck at level 1 or disappears, but then everything else goes up. So,
but if that's the case, that might even be better for me then to get, wouldn't it?
So is everything level 1 across the board for you, or level 2s?
Let me have a look. So my Guardian spell is level 2. I got 4. My Mana Shield is level 1. Town Portal is level 4. 4, 2. My Healing spell is level 7. Firebolt is level 9. So most of mine, except for the Mana Shield, are above level 2.
Okay.
I mean, that's up to you. If you want to take it, you take it.
Because, like, I only have, like, the 2 spells, which is the 4 spells. Which is Bolt, so it's Charged, Holy, Healing, and the Town Portal.
Yeah.
So it's like, for me, it's like, if I get a level down in Holy Bolt and then Charge and Healing goes up, it's like, that might be a bit helpful if I don't. So whereas with you, I feel like because you have way more spells and you have more in your toolkit, that might be more beneficial for you.
So you want me to take the Enchanted Shrine?
If you want. I'm not going to take it. All right, what changed?
Let me see. Oh, that went up to 10, 8, 3, 5, 5, 2, 3, 5, 3, 3. Looks like Holy Bolt went down a level.
Okay. Well, that's okay. So that's gonna be a
I
bit.
mean, getting the rest of them up is not bad because, like,
Mm.
my guardians, if I can, like, my guardians cost like, let's see, my guardians cost 46 mana to cast. So the higher the level, the less mana they're gonna be. Oh, there we go, the dark passage,
Found the dark passage.
which means more of them that I can throw out everywhere.
Yeah. Wait, did my guy? No, he's still.
I have no clue about Diablo, so I might be noobish. But what class are you? So I'm a sorcerer.
Mm-hmm.
And Grant is a warrior. So I throw spells at people. Grant goes across and punches them in the head.
Oh, there's the flesh fella. Okay. I think because we killed the flesh fella, the water will, like, heal itself. Nope, the water is still yellow. Ugh.
I think we got to get rid of all of these guys.
Okay, let's...
Or there's a specific enemy over here that we got to get rid of.
Another, flesh guy. 2 flesh guys. So that's one of them. 2 of... Hey! Book of Charged Bolt! Nice. So
Well,
mine...
if you want that, you can take it.
Alrighty then, I'll take it. Requires 30 magic. Cool.
A mace. Yeah, I think we need to clear this area of all of them.
Ah, okay, okay. Ooh, are you hearing the magic? Are you hearing the music behind? Like,
yeah,
pretty good music. Bit of a banger.
Yeah, I think up and to the right, Grant is.
Yeah, I'm going through there right now. Alright. That's everyone out of... Oh. Could barely see anyone.
That was it.
Nice. Alright. So...
just town portal it may be back.
Yeah, town portal, and then...
We'll head to the lower levels.
Yep. We'll just shortcut it to the lower levels.
Mm-hmm.
Still wearing Arcane Visor. The Undead Crown, which is 46, 40 to 40, 47 to 60. Oh, this thing is nearly dead. Hang on a sec, let me... repair you. There we go. We need to talk to the priest over here to get the Ring of Truth. There we go.
So you identify...
Yep.
Actually, do you want me to get it identified?
I got a scroll of identify. Actually, nah. It costs, like, barely anything to identify it, so... There we go. And now... 10 hit points, resistant to all. So I'm gonna have the Jaguar ring replaced.
So now we've both got one that does that too.
Yep. Alright, Ring of Jaguar.
What she got? Soldier Staff of Brilliance, hit points, damage, and oh shit!
Yum.
Flaming Staff of the Guardian. Oh wow! So it's got Guardian, so fire damage on hit, and it's got 19 charges of Guardian.
Book of Fireball, 8,000. Oh my god.
Wait, Fireball? Ooh.
But you need like 8,000 gold, which I do not have. I've just been purchasing a lot of potions. So it's like, unless I want to...
Fireball.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, I think Grant still has the Arcane's Valor on.
Black Shield. Yeah, Arcane's Valor, and it's still like 40 out of 40 what's a Mahuzi resistance, so we're still good.
Yep,
Alright.
Into the cave.
Down to the caves.
Oh, right, I forgot this area. All of these things are fucking,
Hellstone, so they're resistant to fire.
yeah, so I'm gonna need you...
Oh, I'm losing health.
Lightning. Oh, come on.
Yeah, that was a lot of them. Ooh, Elixir of Strength.
That's a new one.
Increases strength. Cool.
Well, maybe you should drink that.
I did.
Oh, finally got a level up.
Nice. We're now at the levels that we're now at the level of dungeon that we're supposed to be, is why.
Let's not forget, we don't have Velk, so we don't have the extra damage power here.
Yep. There we go. Oh,
Crap, I died.
Jesus! Hang on, let me just move him out of the way.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna need full, like, the problem was I had,
Hang on. Oh, Jesus. I nearly died there. Holy
I think
bolt
I'm almost
charge.
at maximum mana.
Yeah, my thingamadiggy is not doing much damage to them, which is annoying. Oh boy. You
I
alive?
need my equipment. Yeah, I'm trying to get my equipment.
Alright, that's one of them dead. Okay, we're gonna need to stick together for this one. Oh, hang on, he's trying to get you. There we go. Maybe you should go for an Elixir of Strength, because I think Elixir of Strength, unless, hang on. So, yeah, I'm level 51, my strength is 51.
Let me have a look. Elixir of Strength. Yeah, that put it up to 27.
Yep.
So increases by 1.
Up to town, up to level 8. Maybe we should go up to level 8 just real quick, and... Because, like, I'll be real with you, this mace ain't doing much. And I'm not seeing any extra things dropped here, so... Yeah. Let's head up to level 8 real quick.
Yep.
So... It's just on the left here. Because that's shortcut
I
to
went
town.
to the wrong one.
Yeah. You want to go into this one. Also, I need to put some... I'm going to put you at 3. 1. 2.
That moment when you realize the difference between what levels you've got.
Yep. Big difference. Oh, hello. Illusion. Illusion Weaver. Get back here. Oh yeah, this is not a power trip anymore.
Crap. Alright, I gotta buy some mana potions and everything.
come on. What is the trick with these, like, illusion weavers? Do they just...
Just seems like there's just a lot of them. Maybe
Yeah.
there's just one main dude we gotta find and kill.
Maybe, but it's, like, tough to figure out which one is which. Apparently I've killed 6 of them. And they hit hard. Hang on. Yeah, I'm still got all my gear, at least. Okay, maybe I should have gone for that, like, UI thing that gives me the health of the monster, so I have some clue as to, am I even doing damage to them?
Yeah.
Are we seriously not doing... Okay, that's one of them dead. Another one dead, another one dead. Another one dead, another one dead. And a random ring.
That is why my guardians are very useful.
Oh, that was pain. Oh, it requires 80 strength to use this great axe. Jesus.
Blood fountain.
Snake's ring gives plus 25 mana.
Here, this one's got a light radius, so you can take that if you want it.
Yes, please. Although, I can only wear 2 rings. I have I have like 10 fingers. What do you mean I can only wear 2 rings? So yeah, faster hit recovery.
I am going to Scroll of Town Portal here, by the way.
Yeah, not fair. Then I just need it. Every time you drink, your health point increases. Okay.
I'm gonna head back over to Thingo and buy some potions again. Because fuck me, did I chew through potions just then?
Yeah, so did I. Fountain of Tears. Neg 1 to one stat, neg 1 to another stat. Okay. I am not going to deal with that, because I need my stats to all be high.
I really need to replace this helmet, I think. Full helm of Vim Vitality. Alright, back down to my portal. Did you need to come out first to do anything, or are you right?
Nah, because I haven't picked up anything that's, like, you know, egregiously important.
Alright. I'm coming to help you.
Thank you. Hunter's bow, gold, falchion. Alright. Ow. Ooh, potions of healing. I will pick those up because I need those.
Remember, we do not have Velk in order to disarm those traps.
Yeah. Alright. Let's see. So my strength is 51, magic is 35, dexterity is 30. I am going to put some points into...
Grant, you are being attacked.
Oh, god damn it. Where do they all come from? Jesus Christ. Like, they're just coming all over the place. What in the actual fuck? Stop attacking my friend, please. But yeah, like, I'm gonna try and identify this falchion to see if it will do some good damage. Because, yeah, this mace is not doing good against all these things. Come on. Did it spawn behind you?
Yeah.
I hate
He's still getting attacked.
Yeah, I know. I'm still trying to attack him. There's just so many of them right now. And yeah, like, I have like 110% to hit or something like that, but it's like, I don't know if I'm even doing any good hits. Alright, the unseen is killed. That's good. Oh, they're resistant to fire magic, by the by.
Ah, that's why I'm not doing a lot of damage to them. Ow, bastard, leave me alone.
I might... Wait, is my portal still there?
Oh,
where are you? Where are you? There you are. Alright. Hit points 40 to 60. Jesus Christ. So the more that we kill, the more information we get from them. I've killed 30 of these things so far. So, yeah, I need to hit these things like 10 times. I'm going through my portal.
yeah.
Holy crap. Oh, look at that. There's two.
I don't like them.
Alright, so, yeah, I'm doing like 8 to 15 damage right now. I'm gonna increase my strength. 2. There we go. So it looks like every 5 levels I increase the damage by 1 point.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Great Axe of Maiming adds 3 points of damage. The Hunter's Bow knocks target back. The Falchion, resist all 15. Okay. 14, resist all requires... Yep. And then this is a Broadaxe, so...
What can I do for you?
Plus 8 to dexterity, keeping the Ring of Radiance. So that's 1 to 10, 1 to 8. Broadaxe I can sell. There is no way I'm going to be using this Great Axe of Maiming anytime soon. It requires 80 strength of all things. Like, you need a lot. Although... I could maybe get up to, like, how many level up would I need? Because it's 5, so it's like 5 a level or something like that. And let's see, Broadaxe of Power. These all require 50. Broadaxe of the Kode, plus 1 to all attributes. Broadaxe of Power. Okay, hang on. I need to sell some of this nonsense. Saber of Strength is 1 to A, plus 4. This is Blade. I'll get rid of Blade. Armor of 3 absorbs half of trap damage. Alright, I'm gonna put Ring over here. Alright. Flaming Flail of Structure, 2 to 12 fire hit, 1 to 10 high durability. That one might be good. And then this is another longsword, which I need to get rid of. All right. Broadaxe of the Sky plus 1 versus Broadaxe of Power. Yeah, and I can't put. I don't think I can have a two-handed broadaxe. So I think broadaxes are two-handed as well.
Yeah, I don't like those illusionary dudes. They are a pain in the arse.
Yeah, no. Jesus. We might honestly have our shit kicked in with dealing with some of these peeps. So, shortbow, sell you. Longsword, sell you.
I think the main thing is we have to stick close together at the very least.
Yep. Morningstar of quality is 1 to 10, and that's 1 to 8. Anvil of Fury?
Is that one of the latest quests we've got to do?
Yeah, that's a quest.
Yeah.
Anvil of Fury is a quest. Initiate anytime they first enter the cave section of the labyrinth. Okay.
So do you want to keep going through level 8, or you want to head back down to the caves?
The anvil itself is located on a peninsula on dungeon level 10, guarded by several goatmen archers as well as horned demons. The must return to Whatsmahuzi as a reward will forge his namesake sword. Okay.
Which could be good for you.
Could be. Alright, let me buy some potions.
Yeah, I overbought a few. Do we want to go back to level 8 or go back down to the caves? James!
Hang on, I'm just... Scroll of Resurrect. Potion of full healing. Potion of full healing. Alright, I got potions of full healing on me and some rejuvenation, so then that way I'll be able to, you know, revive myself.
You know what? I can't have a shirt, neither can you.
Hey! That's not fair!
Perfectly fair.
Oh my gosh, alright.
Here, I'll sweeten the deal.
So I got
for
2
you
resurrects, 2 identifies.
Alright, here we go. Thank you for the hyper himbo, though. I appreciate it. Alright, let's go through the caves again and just stick together. We just gotta go through this slowly.
Yep. I've got lightning spell, so...
And then... So we gotta deal with this Hellstone. Immune to fire damage, and then a Horn Demon. Oh, that Horn Demon took, like, no hits whatsoever to get down. Alright.
Let's check down here first.
Yep. I'm going down the right side. Ooh, chest.
I'm following you down.
Hang on. To give us a Claymore.
I see a couple of horned demons behind the gate here.
1 to 12. Yep, and the Claymore is a one-handed weapon, so...
Hello!
There we go. Hello there, Bookie. Welcome. Alright, let's stick to this side for
Bookie.
a little bit. Another chest. Oh, let me get rid of the Horn Demon. There we go. And Hellstone. Nice. Fungal Tome? What?
What is? Hang on.
It's just a fungal tome.
Maybe give that to me.
Alright, hang on. Let me just drop it. What in the world is a fungal tome?
Okay. I thought it was something I could learn, but no. Maybe we got to give it back to what's her name?
The witch, lady. Elsie, you're in the way of the door. I can't go through, and you're like
sorry.
That. There we go. And then there's a ring here. So I'll try and keep the Hellstone away from getting to you. And then, oop, Horn Demon took like nothing to get rid of.
DJ, we both got big titties. We're big titty men.
And a dagger. Can't wait for when we kill enough of these horned demons that they explain to us, like, what the fuck these horned demons do. Oh, you know who I forgot to talk to? The fucking witch.
Who?
The witch to refill my mana.
Might have been a good idea.
Yeah. Alright. Gold, gold. A lot of daggers, which don't really help me.
No.
Alright, then that just moves us back around. DJ
Hi,
Ty!
Stuckman, how you doing?
Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Alright. So, let's go through this door to the right here. I can see a potion.
There's a potion of mana sitting over there.
Instantly drink that. So, so there's been like 12 of those guys, the horned demons, killed so far. There we are.
I think because I'm aiming a little bit better, I'm able to do more damage to these things.
That's good, that's good. Oh, there's a lot of horned demons here. Let me just try and run interference. Horned demons, no magical resistance. Oh my goodness, that sounds like a fever dream for you.
Indeed, helpful.
Can we get more of these? More of these, like, you know, horned demons, please? That would be so great.
Yeah, easy kills are what I like.
Yeah, oh my.
Oh, look at that. You've asked and now they provided.
Nice. Alright. Looks like there's 4 of these guys.
Oh, I think I was standing in the... Was that...
Can you stand in
Oh,
lava?
I can't stand in the lava. No, I thought I was, but I thought it was just the sound of me getting hurt, but I think it was you.
Alright, chest there. I'm gonna... Or you open it. Ooh, a saber, blue. I will pick that up.
You take that, you take that.
Yep.
A mushroom patch. Maybe the fungal tome? Is...
It's obtained... So, wait, let me... Do you want me to do some research?
Yeah.
Alright, so... It's obtained after looting the body of a fallen adventurer somewhere on the life level beneath Tristram. Picking it up initiates the Black Mushroom quest, after which players need to speak with Adria. It is to be filled with all kinds of regions used in potions and most notably the mushroom. It is unclear who the author of this book is.
I can't use this yet.
So, we need a... Alright, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna just...
So we'll need to go to Adria then.
Let's just make this easier on ourselves. There's the portal.
Yep.
Cookie! For Bookie! Here's your cookie.
Plus, I need a couple more mana potions anyway, and you need to get your mana refilled.
Yep. So, you go talk to her, and she will, like, explain further about the Black Book.
Interesting. It looks like a book of reagents. Keep your eyes open for black mushroom. It should be fairly large and easy to identify. If you bring it to me, won't you?
Potion of full mana, scrolls, phasing, infravision.
Any decent books?
Book of Guardian, 14,000.
Raven Staff of Golem.
Ooh. Warrior's Staff of Inferno. To hit plus 15%, plus 53% damage, 30 out of 30 charges, 2 to 4 damage, but it requires 10,000 gold. Warrior's Staff of Quickness. Yeah, I don't have that kind of money.
Oh, I don't need that short battle bow. That's not something I need.
Let me just... talk to...
Make sure you're repairing your gear as well.
Ring of Brilliance, giving plus 11 to magic. Saber of the Moon, plus 7 to all attributes. I like the sound of that. It does 1 to 8. This does 4 to 8. So this one gives me attributes. This one gives me resistances. 12 to 20, 36, 36. Crown is 42. So, do you want this Ring of Brilliance?
Let me go in. What does it do?
Plus 11 to magic.
So I've got mana plus 23, but magic could be better.
What's your magic right now?
My magic is at 100, and it's 119 currently.
Oh, okay.
With the equipment on.
So you're not really going to get a benefit from... Because, like,
I don't know.
With you getting over 100... Like, is there a benefit of having over 100 mana?
Let me have a look at my spell book. What was spell book again? It was B. So currently my firebolt does 25 to 34. Drop the magic thing. Let me have a look at it, see if it goes up.
Oh. Alright. Dink. Magic thingamajiggy dropped.
Okay, now let me have a look. 27 to 36. What was it before? It was 25 to...
Okay, so the max level your magic can be is 250, according to this Wikipedia.
Okay, and that's by raising the levels up.
Mm-hmm.
So the more magic I get, the more powerful that my spells are cast.
So...
And I don't know if it affects the amount of mana I get. No. That only drops my mana by 1, though. Like, I would be better off having the up to 11 in magic and just losing 1 mana.
Hmm.
Alright, I'm gonna head back in. I'm gonna click on those mushrooms and grab them, and then come back out. Okay, so mushroom patch.
Good day. How may I serve?
So my guy says, now that is a big mushroom. Alright, I'm gonna go to Adria, and
Well, what can I do for you?
let's see what she gives me. Yes, it will be perfect for brew the creating. By the way, the healer is looking for a brain of some demon or another, inflicted by their poisonous venom. I believe he intends to make an elixir. If you help him find the needs, please see if you can for the elixir for me.
Okay, so... The next monster killed anywhere, be it the cathedral hell itself, will yield the necessary brain. When Pepin is given the brain... Okay, so... The brain of a demon. Okay, so we just need to kill a demon, it seems.
So you want to go back to the lower level, first few levels, and just kill a demon?
Nah, let's go through my portal first. Also, where is your portal leading?
Don't know.
Alright,
Wait, did you talk to Pippin?
She said Pippin wants a brain.
Yeah, but did you talk to him, though?
I didn't talk to him.
Oh, found the brain.
Yeah, it's right there. And then randomly a crown. Ooh, potion of full regeneration. I like that.
Crown?
Scimitar is...
What's that?
It's just a normal crown. It doesn't do anything extra. Potion of mana. A small chest over here. Alright, so we've basically explored every... Ooh, hang on. There's some hellstone here. War Staff of the Guardian. Ooh, that sounds like something for use.
Oh, that could be useful.
Oh, Jesus Christ, these guys charge. Ow, and they push you back when they do it. Alright, Scroll of Mana Shield, Longsword. Ooh.
You might want that. Actually, speaking of Mana Shield, I should put that up. Oh, wow, that's Staff of the Guardian. It's basically a Naginata.
Alright, that's everything on this floor.
Oh,
so
extra charges. So hang on, let me see what it gives me.
Ooh.
Ooh, so I can cast Guardian at 42 charges. I'm keeping that on me for if we need it.
Nice. Alright. It looks like we've explored this level, so let's head back. I think the stairs are over here.
Yeah, I see the stairs just... no, hang on. So the 2 stairs up in the top of the way...
Going up, we want to go down. So we want to go down
so
this way. Because you see,
down this
because
way.
it looks like a weird cave thing. Yeah, down to level 10. We want to go, so this way?
Yep,
And
I see it. Hang
then
on.
walk
Round 3
around.
past the lava. Hang on, don't go too fast.
Yeah, no, I'm just at the foot of the stairs.
I love how when you're big melee, you just instantly about face and block something. You instantly backswing the guy. Oh, let's head back into town quickly and get that elixir thing sorted.
Ooh, potion of mana again.
Not enough mana.
Don't go taking all the potions of mana. Don't forget, I chew through mana more than you do.
Fair, fair.
Not enough mana.
Apparently, I can't use my mana. I don't have enough mana. So, I have enough for one spell, apparently, and it's like, I have to fully... what's-a-mahoozies. Alright, so the long sword requiring 30 strength and 30 dexterity is a long sword of sorcery, giving plus 19 to magic. What a waste. I thought the longsword could be cool, but no.
No.
Nah.
Alright, I'm taking the elixir over to the witch as well.
Good day. How may I serve you?
Good day. Take my wares, woman. Alright, 8 to 20, 8 to 20. I'm gonna get rid of this axle.
Oh, so apparently I'm able to keep it.
Oh, nice.
I don't even know what it does.
The spectral elixir, which boosts each of the 4 primary stats by +3.
Okay.
Does it?
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna turn off the heater.
All good. Did you get only one, or? Hang on, let me have a little gander.
I sense a soul in search of there is much about the future.
Yeah, knows.
Yeah, I got only one, sorry, so
It's
who should have it then?
It's fine. It should be you. I've already, and because it's like it's +3 to everything, so that.
All right then.
So
I'll take it.
So, cause yeah, like, you know, 56, 30, 30, 35. So yeah, cause your distribution is not as even as mine, is it?
No, I've mostly been focusing on mana.
Yeah, no, I have been a relatively even distribution for now, so you probably need a little more help in the even distribution than I do.
Yeah, I might, for the next few levels, maybe focus on putting some into Vitality. Just to increase my life some.
Full. There we go. All right. Through the portal again. I think you set it up, so I will go through it first. Yep, it's your portal, so me first, and then I'll wait for you. So we're down to level 10 now.
Yeah.
So
so I think
somewhere around here, there's going to be the anvil. Ooh, Slayer.
Okay.
Ow. What in the...
Wrong spell. I'm sorry, that was my bad. Okay, given that they are shooting fire, I'm guessing...
I just need to be careful not to go through your portal.
Sorry, I did not mean to open up the portal. I forgot which spell I had equipped.
All good, all good. Actually, I should probably swap to Holy...
Holy Bolt won't work against these guys. It's only undead.
Ah, okay. Alright. Okay, so we need to get to a peninsula
it's only
there.
Undead, and for some reason...
So... Oh. Alright, hang on.
Ooh, shit.
Yeah. Let's move back up here. Deal with the poison spitters without the other demons, like, causing us grief. Oh, Slayer behind you. There we go.
Oh, I got a level up.
Oh, nice. All right,
Magic damage.
So let me just pick up this gold. Oh yeah, you're probably going to be useful against all them. They're distracted by me, so I'm just going to keep walking. Oh, the peninsula's like on the other side or some bullshit. Okay, so the poison spitters have no magic resistance. Alright. So I'm just doing a long walk around. Oh boy.
I'm coming to try and help you, Grant.
Yeah, so poison spitters have no magic resistance. We don't know about these slayers yet, though.
My guess is they will be probably immune to fire.
Let's see, let's see. So that's 13 of them so far. Yeah, I can't... So we can't get through from this side. Oh, yeah, they're doing a lot of damage on me, stacking up like this. Oh, shit! I am almost dead.
I was gonna say, heal yourself.
Yeah, no, it's... Because not all... Because my potions from inventory don't instantly go into the bar, is the problem. Gold and barrels up the wazoo. Do we get any stat? Yeah, they're immune to fire.
And I am out of fire potions, mana potions. Have you healed?
Yep, I have now. Sorry, I had to swap to a scroll of healing, because, yeah, I've used up all my rejuvenation potions and such. Oh, shit. Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. Shit. Yeah.
Did you die?
I died.
Alright, I'm running.
Yeah, these slayers are... Do you want me to... So I can respawn back in village, and then I'll need to...
Yeah, you're gonna need to, because I died.
Oh, that's not good. So we got down to level 10. Restart in town.
Oh, I don't like those fuckers. Thank goodness I kept one of my staffs on me.
Mm-hmm.
What ails you, my friend?
I kept a sword on me. And...
Good day. How may I serve
Put
you?
you away. 1... 2... Actually, I'll put you all the way at the end here.
Alright, I'm gonna need potions.
Then grab this ring to increase my radius. Ring of flash, scroll of town portal, ring of scroll of healing, teleport. I can't use the guardian. Unusual item damage.
Okay, so I think for this area, I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need
I sense a soul.
put scroll of healing or spell of healing down at the bottom. Heal other.
Lol,
Yeah,
your
let's go
town
charge
portal
log.
from level 10 is still here.
Really?
Yeah, because remember how you were like just spamming it before?
Well, did you go through it?
And then I went back out. So, alright. So I'm gonna go through. I think there's 2 slayers nearby.
All right, let me get my lightning ready.
All right, I'm gonna swap over to. Let's see. So I got a scroll of identify, scroll of resurrect. I'm gonna go charge bolt. All right, through the portal, and then oh.
Oh shit!
There we go. All right, so they're dead. All right. Oh,
One coming up.
there we go.
My stuff dropped somewhere around here.
Actually, I'll use this. How do I make it so that I attack from the spot?
Hold shift.
Okay.
Hang on, I am just moving out of the way.
Yep.
Wait, where's one of my rings?
Wait, why can't I use... It won't let me use the bow. That's annoying.
Hang on, I've lost my ring.
I got a Ring of Radiance here in my slot, but...
No, I lost my ring of truth.
Oh, that's not good. That's...
Alright, let's slowly go down and get your stuff.
Alright. I see... Alright, Undead Crown. Shield. Ring of... So I got my Ring of Truth. Dink, donk.
Yeah, mine's gone. Don't forget Arcane's Valor. You'll need that.
Yep. Alright, so Arcane's Vow is 36, 34, 40 out of 50, 10 out of 20. Scroll of Inferno. And... Ring of Stability. Okay, cool. There we go. Alright. That's honestly annoying that that ring has disappeared for you. We'll need to... So... Now the question is how do we get through...
It's a bit of a maze by the looks of it through this.
Yeah. Alright, so we can get through via here. So this is one way.
Take it slow. Take it slow. Let me...
So yeah, the annoying thing is... Oh wait, maybe... Nope. I cannot use this bow. It requires 20 strength and 35 dexterity, and I only have 30 dexterity when I'm not holding my shield, so... Alright, so there's a... Alright.
Do not light those slayers. They can fuck right off. Let me get
There's
that
another...
potion of...
Yeah, and then there's two here. Elixir of Dexterity.
Potion.
Alright, I'm gonna put some into Dexterity, just so then that way I can swap to it. Oh!
Crap, I died!
Alright, I'm just trying to kill the things around me. I have a Scroll of Resurrect on me, so I can use that shortly. Come on. You
If need be, run. Don't worry about...
120 health? Both or 140? Come on. There we go. Alright. Alright. Scroll of Resurrection. There you go. Don't forget your thingamajig. Oh, elixir of dexterity. I will drink that, quite honestly. How are you doing for health?
I am good. I've got a couple of small potions I can use.
Gold. Another chest here for a longbow. So yeah, these guys are fucking tanky. And then there's something called an Obsidian Lord. Oh my gosh. Well, we're gonna have no shortage of, let's see, so 36 out of 40, 32 of 60, 40, 9 of 20. 14.
Oh, that was a pointless little room.
Potion of dexterity increases dexterity. Alright. The toxic guys are not the worst. Ooh, ring mail. Nice. And another ring mail. What the shit?
Oh, ow.
Did you just try opening something?
Yeah.
Okay. How are you doing on your... Oh, where is my guy go? Oh, I see. There's just another way. And then there's another obsidian. Oh, there's a lot of them here. Let's retreat. Let's just move back a bit. Because, yeah, I don't want to deal with, like, 3 different kinds of enemies. I'd rather deal with, like, 1 or 2. Plus, once we kill a few of these obsidian lords, we should have an understanding of their, you know, weaknesses and what have you. Alright, can I use this bow? Yep, I can now use the bow. So what was it? Left control to stay still on the spot?
I think so. Ooh, careful.
No. Not great being... Ah! I'm getting... people looking at my cake, people wanting my shirt off.
I think we're about to have a problem.
There we go. Oh, shit.
Not enough mana.
Do I have a scroll of... No, I only have scroll of identify. How are you doing with potions?
I'm running out of mana potions, but... I'm sorry, did he teleport?
Maybe. I'm stuck. Please don't die, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die. Okay, that's one of them dead. Magic. Okay, so they have no resistances, but they have some magic immunity, which is a weird thing. Do you want me to revive myself?
Hang on. I will scoot, because, like, this big guy is trying to come at me.
Yeah,
so...
he's being a bother, isn't he?
Yeah, so I'm going to drop...
Sorry, I'm just watching Code stream right now.
Oh, fuck, he can open a door!
Oh, can he open doors? Shit. Also, hi there, little Incineroar.
Alright, was able to drop a portal, so if you need to resurrect yourself, you can, but this guy's gonna be a pain. I'm gonna see about going down and seeing about resurrecting you first.
Alright.
Let me see if I can get close enough.
2 hours into the stream, and we've gone down 1 floor.
Gotcha.
What do you mean I gotta pawn some of this stuff? No, you don't. Oh, I see why, because I don't have any room to carry it, is why. So we got Ring of Stability in here, the What's Muhuzi Valor. Put you there for now. Oh my god, I have to walk all the way around. So, Ring of Truth goes in here, my shield goes here.
Let's see about dealing with that big guy over there, too.
Yeah. I need potions, though. So yeah, I'm...
Okay, so it looks like I can only place so many of them down. Oh, shit, there he is.
No resistances.
Help me.
Some... So he has no resistances and some magic immunity. So it seems like... Oh,
he did.
He did. So it looks like when it comes to the... So the Slayers, We can't do anything with fire. The acid spitters are perfect for you to go up against. But then when it comes to those obsidian guys, it has to be me dealing with them because they have like, they don't seem to have any physical resistances, but it's like they have some magical immunity, which is like, immunity to what? I don't fucking know.
What ails you, my friend?
Ah.
Alright. Dunk.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while.
Short sword. Lightning sword of speed. Lightning damage 2 to 20. Faster attacks 2 to 6. What in the shit? That is a little bit crazy. And then there's this long war bow, which I am going to get rid of.
What can I do for you?
So cap, sell that. Saber of the Moon.
You
Long
sold Cap. How could you?
just doesn't work for me. Alright. Alright, now
Wow,
I
so
head
Cap
over.
doesn't work for you, so you sell her.
The cap item, not the person. Capricious is precious to us.
I'm gonna tell her what you did. I'm gonna tell her what you did.
Book of Phasing, Book of Inferno, Book of Mana Shield is 16,000. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm so sorry.
Now you go to the toilet.
Ah. Do a little dance for everyone while I go to the bathroom and 30-second break as well.
You do a little dance. Make a little love. Get down in that.
Oh.
Get down in that. Don't worry, chat. I'm still here, and I still love you all. So, chat, again, just to give everyone a reminder, since GrantZ is away from the thing for a little bit, and I'll remind you all. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern Australian Standard Time, or Australian Eastern Standard Time, I will be having my birthday stream. So if you guys want to come in, say happy birthday, maybe buy me something nice. We'll be playing all sorts of games.
Check out
Also,
his throne.
Yeah, check out my throne. Also, hey, Mr. Big Buns, how you doing? It's my favorite bun on the internet. Look at this bun.
The Big Buns.
Yeah, Mr. Big Bun.
Oh, he is Big Buns.
They are Big Buns. They're the biggest buns on the internet.
Biggest buns on the internet. Damn, that's saying something from Kode the Yoshi, the biggest
know,
Yoshi on the internet.
I know, right?
Yep.
But go check them out. Mr. Big Bun does all sorts of things. They play lots of fun, cozy games. They play some horror games. They also are. They have a partnership with Dead by Daylight.
Oh.
Yeah, they're part of the Dead by Daylight creators program.
Oh my goodness, Mr. Big Buns, Mr. Big Money's over here. Part of a creator crew.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
That is cool. That is cool beyond belief.
But yeah, if you guys want to get me something nice, check out my, my throne. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Know what I mean? Know what I mean? Know what I mean? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Wink, wink, nudge,
And
nudge.
Why did throne not work properly there? Oh, because I didn't put in a.
Dunk.
That's how you spell throne. I've actually added a whole bunch of games to my throne. But if there's something you guys want to see on there, you can also add items to my wish list or suggest items to go on my wish list. I don't know what you're talking about. You should follow these sweet beans right here. Right there, points. No. Also give the big buns a follow, guys, gals, and non-binary pals.
I'm gonna give him a shout out on my side. Hang on a second.
Because they also do some wonderful artwork. They've drawn various people as plushy versions of themselves.
Ooh, that's cute. I like that.
Yeah. Did you beat it? No, we haven't beaten it yet. We're still having trouble.
We're still
having a hard time.
in Diablo. Yes, we are. Like we've been 2 hours into this, and it's like, yep, we definitely needed Velk and their knowledge and such. We've gotten bested 1 floor down. So all right, I have refilled on my potions. I am max HP and max mana. I've got a backup sword.
Yep. Oh shit! I went through the portal first. Let me reopen it. Sorry. There you go.
Thank you. Alrighty, so here we are. Oh, there's a small chest there. Be careful. Alright, it's good. Poison Spitter. Oh, there's a different one. A Plague Wraith.
Oh, shit.
Good thing you set up a portal.
Yeah, he must have gotten me.
Some magical resistances, some magical immunities. Okay.
Fucking hell, what is with them all having magical immunities to my shit?
I think because someone decided magic and range were king. Ooh, a spiked club. Oh, that's a weird looking. That's a terrible spiked club. Look at that, chat. Look at that terrible spiked club. Also, what the? Why is there a? There's like a side thingy-majiggy here. Like, what's this supposed to be? Is that...
I don't know. Hang on. Let me just. Can the rings break? They don't seem to have durability.
No, the rings don't have durability. It could be a case of I have a ring of truth, and because as I died, the ring of truth was on the ground, and then you died, but there couldn't be 2 rings of truth. Maybe it's one of those kinds of bullshits.
Maybe.
So.
All right, I'm up. I see you. I'm right here. Did you get anything good out of him?
Just a spiked club I haven't identified yet, but it's like the spiked club is like a really weak looking thing. So, all right, back through this labyrinth we go. Also,
elixir of magic. I will take that.
Let me just pick up this gold. Don't go any further. But yeah, the minute we get this Anvil of Fury, it's like back to Grizzle, Whatsamahuzi, and just...
Yeah, because whatever sword he's got, you will probably need.
Yep.
Unless it does all magic stuff, in which case then...
We'll have a potion of mana. Do you want that?
Yep, I need mana potions. So
it's
any mana
over
potions
there. Right control to just have all items on the ground, like revealed.
Yeah, that's what I've done. I've already done.
Yep, cool. All right, let's grab that anvil.
I'm just gonna pick up this gold.
I need to get this to Griswold.
All right. Did you want a potion portal here or
nah,
go back to my portal?
We'll go back to your portal because like I don't want to deal with this labyrinth bullshit. So
over this way.
Yep. Especially since like the stairs are definitely not in there.
Yeah, like fuck that.
Yeah. Oh, the stairs are like on the left there.
All right, I came through the portal, so I had to close. So it closed.
Yep. All right. All right, through the portal. Here we go. I forgot we. Speedy Gonzalez. All right.
Griswold's Edge.
Necklaces and pendants. Ah, that's what the slot is for. We'll remember this. All right.
It's on the ground there, so...
Yeah, not identify. I'm going to use a scroll to identify this. Fire hit damage, 1 to 10, chance to hit, plus 25%, fast attack, knocks target back, plus 20 mana, minus 20 hit points. I'm sorry, what? Ooh. That's a weirdy combo, I will be real with you.
Like, the mana, I guess, yeah, but you're going to have to raise your...
I already had, like, over 100 HP when I... Soldier Spiked Club, plus 20% to hit, plus 77 damage. Ooh, that's a weirdie. All right, hang on. So right now I've got so my health is 109. Like it can be a maximum of 109, and my mana can be. Hang on a second. I'm just gonna. Okay, I'm gonna go for the full healing, and then what's this scroll? Scroll of Inferno. All right, put you away. Buy another potion of full healing, just so that way I'm not using the rejuvenation so much.
Are you going to use Griswold's sword, or does it seem like...
While I'm holding Griswold's sword, my armor class, 92, to hit, 134. Cookie for Fizz Tiger. Here's your cookie, Fizz. My damage is 12 to 20. I have a 10% resistance to magic and fire and lightning. My mana is 65. My health is 109. Now, if I'm holding something like, say, the Soldier's Spiked Club, my health is 129. My damage is 13 to 18. My 2-hit is 129. Okay, so maybe... Hang on, let me just have a look. So 13 to 18, 12 to 20.
Blessing, though, because if you're trying to chase something, every time you land a hit, you have to chase it down again.
Yeah, because... Oh, yeah, because it knocks target back is the thing as well. So... And what's more is, this Soldier's Spiked Club of all things... Like, sure, the damage is 3 to 6. It's doing a damage of 13 to 18, so it's a really tight window. This is 10 to 14... Saber of the Moon is 11 to 18. The Scimitar is 12 to 16. So, like, there's a lot of other weapons that are doing probably, like, about the same or better. Actually, so this Saber of the Moon gets me to, like, 63 strength, 42 magic, 53 dexterity, and 42. So, yeah, this Saber of the Moon increases my health. So... So the difference is, so this club lowers like my armor class by 1, but it increases my to hit from 112 to 129, and it narrows the damage. So instead of being like between 11 or 18, it's 13 to 18. And it's still like either or. I am going to be, you know, I'm going to be doing damages of like, you know, at least 10 points. So
the other problem is though at the moment is that the that sword. The problem is it's fire hit.
Yep. I'm gonna... don't want to get rid of the topaz, because I don't know if that's gonna cause... Hang on a second. So, if I'm holding the topaz, I can get a 25% resistance to magic, fire, and lightning, which might still be good. So, yeah.
It's hard, isn't it?
Alright, the lightning sword is speed. I can definitely sell, because, like, that one's not doing as much, like, benefit. Alright, and now I'm sitting on, like, you know, 10,000 plus gold. So access my storage. Honestly, like, I might put Grizzald's Edge... Like, it's 4 to 12 damage, and it does an additional 1 to 10 fire on hit, is what it's saying. So it's like if something's immune to fire, it's like that 1 to 10 doesn't help.
I might get rid of that Plentiful Staff of the Guardian, because, like, even though it gives me charges in Guardian, I can only drop, like, 3 or 4 of them before the rest of them start to disappear, so it's not much of a point.
Diablo 3. Diablo 3. So yeah, it can be regarded as one of the most powerful unique weapons in Diablo 1 due to its many qualities. There are 2 potential downfalls to this weapon, however. One being the penalty to life, which can be essentially hard upon a sorcerer if he chooses to use it. Additionally, its knockback quality. While helpful against strong foes, it's more of a hindrance than an aid against ranged attackers unless backed into a corner. So, some stats say it's good, and then there are some that are like, nah.
So it's entirely up to you, I think, at this point, whether or not you do or do not want to use it.
So Grizzle, Scipius, Moon, Shadowhawk, Doombringer. Like, this is the problem. It's like... I'm gonna stick to the Topaz Scimitar, and let me just... So wait, am I fully... Yeah, okay, so I'm maxed on my health and my mana right now, so let me go through the portal. Alright, I'm through the portal.
Alright, hang on, coming.
So... Yeah, because this Topaz is like 7 out of 20, 35 of 40, 32 of 60, 40 of 50. Unique item, and then my stability... like, you know what? I'm gonna whale the Grizzled Edge, and we'll see how we go. Because look, this is the down to level 11 right here.
Yep, hang on.
How many floors are there in total?
About 15, 16, maybe.
All right.
So apparently there's a spell for Golem, if we can find that, which gives me a little buddy I can use.
All right, hang on. So a lot of doors, little open
Holy crap, there was
ends.
something there.
Yep. Do you want me to... How about I lead with the heavier... Oh. Again, you're on your...
Portal down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put that down on purpose this time.
Okay, so I do push him... It, like, is a good... I push him back. Jesus. So they're called a red storm. Alright.
Makes me wonder if they're lightning resistance at all.
Let's see. Let's try and kill a few of them. And then we got frost chargers. Okay, so we're getting all kinds of different demons at this point. Blue horns, some magical immunities, some resistances.
Yeah, but I think he's a specialty one, that one.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm being attacked. I need help.
I'm heading up. I'm heading up. I'm heading up. Hey, get away from my friend. All right, the knockback is an interesting... Damn it. At least the portal is right here.
Yeah.
I'm still... Oh, I accidentally used 2 potions rather than 1.
Alright, I will...
Okay, so frost chargers are resistant to lightning and immune to magic. Oh, shit.
What?
So I need to probably take care of these guys. I might need to use the portal. God damn it. Come on.
Go through the portal if you gotta use it. Like, it's open there, ready
to
go.
I'm through. Let me just heal up, because, yeah, I used up, like, nearly all my potions. I used up all my potions there. And I got myself a ring mail for some reason. Somehow. I picked it up by accident. Yep. Honestly...
Is it a blue one?
It's red for me, so requires 25 strength. So it's just a normal ring mail, so it's useless. Also, I'm holding on to 3,000 gold pieces. Jesus Christ. Alright, Alright, I'm gonna... 2, 3... 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. So, that's all of my rejuvenation potions. Alright, I'm gonna sell this ring mail. See, I might... Alright, premium items. Let me just have a look, because I got like 15,000 gold. Topaz Mail of Stability, Splint Mail of Brilliance. Nothing really worthwhile from you. Let me talk to the magical lady. Honestly, the Grizzled Blade, like, the knockback, weirdly enough, was kind of helping me with the people that were crowding me.
Okay.
Alright. Composite Staff of Brilliance. That's not really great. Scroll of Chain Lightning. Scroll. Nothing but scrolls. Normally there's a book in with her, but now there isn't. That sucks. Alright. I'm making my way back. I haven't gone through the portal yet. Alright, are you ready?
No, you go through it first, yep.
Do you need me to drop you anything?
No, I've got all my items are over there, so once you go through, move them all back, and then I'll jump through.
Yep, alright. I'm making my way down and to the right.
Alright, I'm jumping through now. Ow, 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 ow.
So yeah, frost chargers are immune to magic and resistant to lightning.
Fuck you, dude. Fuck you.
Oh, did you get hit again?
I got one trailing me at the moment. I'm trying to get rid of him. And he killed me.
Yeah, I'm trying not to... God damn you. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I'm gonna go through this portal if I can.
Alright.
Come on, let me through. Let me... There we go. Alright, I'm through the portal. So that's my portal now. I have no mana. That is... Hang on, let me talk to you for full heals.
Okay, so they're immune to... They're pretty much immune to lightning, are they?
The frost guys? Yeah.
Hmm.
Alright, Ding. Nothing to identify. Also, is Ogden gonna give us anything, or...?
No, I think he just has a few quests available.
Okay, alright. Let me talk to the lady. Hopefully maybe she's got something. Does her shop refresh every time we go in and out of that place?
Don't know.
Fine Staff of Town Portal. Raven Staff of Golem. Mana plus 17, 31 charges, 5 to 10 damage. Scroll of Chain Lightning, Scroll of Fireball, Scroll of Flame Wave, Scroll of Mana Shield, Infravision, Scroll of Identify, Healing. Nah. No books.
Yeah. If we can find Book of Golem, that'd be useful.
Alright. Now, unfortunately, it's my portal, so you'll have to... Actually, I can go down and then right-click somewhere, and then that should open up a portal up here, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna go through first because of the tankiness, which will disappear the portal. And they're right beside me. God damn you.
Grant, don't die. We love you.
Yeah, I'm trying my best. And accidentally doubled up on potions. Come on. There we go. That's one less. Do not go through that portal yet. Do not go through that portal. Oh, you're already here. Okay. What pain. What pain.
Ugh, I did not like those guys. They can go fuck right off.
Scroll of flame wave, that's for you. Alright, bolt lightning, hang on. Two, three. Okay, it takes me like...
my fireball spell seems to do something to them.
That's good, that's good. Oh, because they're frost, so probably, yeah, they might get, like, you know, weaknesses to... Oh, they just... So some of these guys are ranged. Red Storm, let me have a look. So... There we go. Yeah, once they're pushed into a corner... Alright. Okay, so Froststorm, resistant to lightning, immune to magic again, so... That's weird. Okay, so maybe fire is good to them.
There must be certain magics they're immune to then.
Yeah. So it might change per demon then. There we go. Ooh, a Scroll of Flame Wave. Yeah, no, this... The fact that the Grizzled's Edge, like, is doing the fire damage and such, it's like 3 hits for some... Potion of Mana, that's yours.
Thank you.
Alright, ooh, Frost Charger, let me hit you. So yeah, because these guys have like 100 health, 60 to 100 health. So yeah, so for me, it's like, you know, if I can get at least 3 hits in, it should be a, ooh, I can level up, hang on. I'm gonna put.
Yeah, good idea. Do that.
I'm gonna put
do that
all of
while
it
we've got a
into
moment.
strength. Yeah. So now I'm like 60 something. Do you hear that?
Not sure. What was I supposed to hear?
It would sound like moans and such. All right, I'm gonna open this door. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Which I think was just another way for around here.
Oh, okay. There we go. Oh, more red storm. There we go.
Where the fuck did he come through?
I have no idea. They must have teleported or
Oh,
something.
yeah, I heard that just then.
Yep. All right. And then to the right here, because there's a, and then there's a door here.
Oh, that's that staircase.
I'm gonna try. Oh, there's nothing. This is just a room, isn't it? Yeah, this is just a room. There's nothing in here. Okay.
Cool.
So far, not dead. That's a positive. Oh, Jesus. All right. There's a lot of guys through this door. Do you want to, like...
You want me to drop some guardians down?
Nah, actually, nah, not yet. It's actually... We're fine. We're fine. We're good. We're all good. Also, there's a random ring here.
I'm gonna grab it.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
I felt it was a good idea just to drop some random guardians.
Nah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, why did I pick up this chainmail?
One.
You want to pick up that? All right. Potion of full healing. You can go in there. Identify, Inferno, Resurrect, Golem. All right. Oh. Oh, they open doors too.
Oh shit! I did not mean to drop that.
That's
down.
no, that's okay. That's okay. Look, they have to walk through it. So this is good. This is good. Oh, look out for the frost guy right there. All right.
I was actually trying to do healing, and I.
That's kind of funny. It's like I was meant to heal. All right.
But I dropped the firewall instead by accident. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, these guys. There we go. Once again.
Nothing here.
Oh yeah, it's just the door. All right.
The firewall should take a second to go down.
Yep. All right, so...
Hey, Kronos, how you doing? Yeah, Diablo 1 is like, it's a timeless game.
Timeless, because it hasn't changed a fucking bit and needs mods.
Grant's not a big fan of it. He's enjoying it, but he's not a huge fan.
Yeah, like, I'm glad that I'm getting, like, the experience and what have you, but yeah, there's definitely a lot of, like, quality of life that, from, like, Titan Quest that I'm like, I wish was in here. So, like, just how there's, like, hotkeys explicitly for your potions and such. That's really great. The weapons and armor you can get as you go through the levels, or you go through the game, like, scale. And then add on to the fact that, like... the fact that we can go to previous levels in a singular save to, like, grind out levels and such, I also enjoy. Whereas in this one... Ow. In this one, it's like, unless you do a multiplayer session, whatever you... God damn it. Why'd you gotta steal my shirt, Artemis? Whatever you kill in the previous floors, you can't, like, come back and, you know, face off against them. Again, you have to start, like, a new multiplayer session in order to do that. So, oh my god, we're gonna get so much gold. Potion of Mana's for you.
Right?
Alright. Alright, so it looks like open area here. And I've got...
You alright?
Yeah, I'm good. Ooh, Scroll of Mana Shield. Interesting. Hey, you found the stairs.
Did I?
Yeah, it looks like there's a staircase in the bottom right.
Oh, I did too. I didn't mean to find it.
No, that's okay. That's okay. All right. So yeah, tickets. So nothing in here. That's fine. Alrighty. Another potion of mana on the left there.
Which I need as much as I can, because if I've got mana shield, I'll need mana potions on hand.
All right, down to level 12. Chest here.
I'm gonna scroll a portal thing here, just that way we've got it ready to go in case we need to get the hell out of here.
I need to get the hell out of here. The magic is bothering me. Oh, I nearly so close to death. 15 points of health. Yeah.
That was close.
Also, did someone?
Yeah, let's get some.
Did someone knock on my door? No, it's just someone's moving a lot of nonsense around. Okay, never mind. I thought someone was knocking on my door. Potion of full healing.
They were knocking on heaven's door.
Potion of full regeneration.
Okay, I think first thing I'm gonna do when we go back in is I'm gonna drop some guardians down.
Yep. Hang on, let me just talk to what's Mahuzi lady. Access my storage. Scroll of Inferno.
Ring of the Eagle, hit points, okay.
Ooh. Oh, so Eagle's just giving you hit points?
An axe, 11 of magic.
Yeah, Grizzled Sword. Honestly, Grizzled's Sword is, like, pretty decent. It's not a... Like, the knockback, you know, if I have to deal with range nonsense, like, I can understand. But it's like, that's why Kode is here. And what's more is, like, anytime... We're dealing with more, you know, close quarters kinds of characters as well.
Soldier Staff of Brilliance to hit, damage,
Book of Chain Lightning and Book of Holy Bolt.
Book of Stone Curse, no.
So yeah, so...
If you see Book of Golem, straight away grab it for me.
Alright. Book of Lightning? What level is your lightning?
Level 3.
And then Book of Holy Bolt?
Let me see. So my charge bolt. So my lightning is level 3, does 2 to 20 damage. Holy Bolt is level 6.
Okay, so you and me have like a and then Chain Lightning?
I don't have Chain Lightning, funny enough.
Oh, okay. This requires 54 magic, so let me get this book for you.
I think I will be good on magic.
All right, I'm buying you the Book of Chain Lightning.
Okay.
There we go. And then items, Book of Chain Lightning. There you go. All right. So yeah.
Let's see. Where is it? Okay, Chain Lightning. Let me pop that to 4 for now. Actually, no.
All right. Do we go through your portal or my portal?
My portal.
All right. I will go through your portal first then. All right. Oh, they're right there.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Yeah, they are. Fucking.
Did we both get our...
Yeah, we both got our asses handed to us by whatever the fuck those are. Restart in town. That...
Shit.
I was not expecting that to happen, I'll be frank with you. Alright. Saber of the Moon. Fuck to you.
Like, they rammed us leftways from Friday.
Yeah.
Like, where was your portal place?
I have no idea. Is it still there?
Yeah, it is.
Alright, Ring of Radiance. Well, it's there. Ooh, boy!
What can I do for you?
13 to Vitality, Kite of the Eagle. Oh, boy. And what's more is, like, they're really close to the door. And I have no idea what their resistances are.
I'm gonna go through your portal quickly just to see what... it is level 11, so just before we went down.
Okay, so it's safe to go through my portal?
Yeah.
Alright. Goodness gracious, like... Oh!
There's some ring mail if you want that.
Yep, I'm probably gonna wear that ring mail real quick. Just so then that way... 19 armor, requiring 25 strength. That is fine by me's. God damn, like... Just getting our shit rocked then.
Alright, you go down first.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna die instantly if I go down.
Alright. I got a scroll of mana shield. Should I have that turned on for myself?
Yes, because that will take mana damage instead of main damage first.
Yeah. Alright, going down to level 12. And they are after me throwing lightning. Oh, there's a lot of guys in all the different sections. This is...
I'm putting a pet town portal here at the staircase.
Yep. Oh, yeah, no. So these are... I don't know what they're called. Shit. They're just coming after me for whatever reason.
They're called a pain in the ass.
They are a pain in the ass, let me tell you. And now they're moving away from me.
Because they saw me.
Shit.
Holy fucking god damn it. Like, that's not fucking funny.
It's not. It really isn't. It's the fourth and... Okay, so we're at the fourth and last level of the caves. Logically, the hardest. So there's things, so the monsters that can be found are pit beasts, lava maws, obsidian lord, flayed ones, death wings, storm riders, storm lords, maelstroms, oh my god. What?
Basically everything that fucking hates us.
Oh my, yep. Oh.
Alright, I'm going back in, and I'm going to put the portal back where I had it before.
Hang on, I'm just...
Because I can't go to the door, because as soon as I go to the door, which I'm going to, you know...
Yeah.
Yep. Instantly mobbed. First second I go to that door.
Yeah, that's going to be a... Hang on. So, Potion of Mana, Scroll of Town Portal, Potion of Full Rejuvenation, Scroll of Resurrect, Scroll of... I'm going to get myself the Scroll of Mana Shield. I have a Scroll of Golem.
Ooh.
Do you want that?
That's a little... I mean, he's a helpful little dude. We can...
Alright, so...
If I had a book of Golem, then I could constantly summon Golems.
Alright, let me give you... So I got a Scroll of Inferno and a Scroll of Golem. I'll hand those to you. And...
Yep, I'm at the portal, like, near the door. Let me...
Alright, so let me drop these scrolls for you.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Here's what I'm gonna do. Alright, so Mana Shield. So I got Mana Shield on. I'm gonna go through here. I'm gonna run. Damn it.
You got killed?
Yeah, I got killed. I got two... I picked up 2 items and died. So, and unfortunately they're still right there. No! Oh, shit! Hang on. Shit! I clicked on the join game. I clicked on the... Fuck!
I hope that didn't lose all your stuff.
Could you tab on your thing and mention, like, what the what's-mahoozy thingy dig is?
The password?
Not the password, the game ID.
YKGBV.
Alright, I am seeing if I can get back in. Unknown network error. What do you mean unknown network error?
So YKG for Greg, B for Bravo.
No. Just stay there.
for
Stay
Victor?
there. Stay there. Just give me a sec. Give me a second. No. What do you mean unknown network? This is so YKGVB.
No, BV. B for Bravo, V for Victor.
There. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh. All right.
What ails you, my friend?
All right. All right. Stay there. Stay there. Stay there. All right. Here we go. Is my stuff? Let's see if my stuff is still down there. All right. Here we go. Here we go. And I'm stuck.
Was all your stuff still down there though?
Yeah, my stuff is still down there. Holy shit! How do we deal with this? How do we deal with all of them? Like, they're still there at the door. All of them just throwing lightning. It's insane.
Alright, I'm risking it. I'm risking it for the bisking it.
I'm just gonna send this to Velk.
Wow! One hit and I got killed.
Because this is level 12, isn't it?
Yeah.
My game crashed.
Mine too.
We lost everything.
Oh, nope. I'm still in. I'm still good.
Okay. Stay in there. Jesus Christ. Please. Oh my god, this is... Oh. Oh my god. All right, hang on. Before I go back in, gameplay. Experience bars on. Show items in the store. Show health values. And mono value. Show the enemy health bar. Show the monster type. Floating numbers. Enable. Actually, off. Auto refill belt. Auto equipped. Auto equipped armor. Auto equipped helmet. Shield. Jewelry. Auto pickup in town. Disable crippling shrines. Adria. When enable is locked to the window. Alright. Fires off. Key mapping. Gameplay, audio, graphics, startup, game mode. Alright. Multiplayer. 0 client.
Okay, you may need to reset their positions. That might be a restart to reset their positions. The problem with that,
all of our items are down there, yeah. What was the thingamadiggy again? KV or K
Y.
KY.
No. Yankee. Kilo.
Yep.
George.
Yep.
Bravo.
Yep.
Victoria.
Yep. Okay. All right, I'm back in here. All right. Ding. All right, so.
Because the problem is we can't get 2 steps into that area.
Were you wearing the ring mail of brilliance before?
I was.
Okay, so that's yours. I won't wear it. Here's your ring mail of brilliance. I'm gonna.
Thank you.
So, Soldiers Club. Oh, Ring of the Eagle is yours. So I've gotten.
Thank you.
All right. This one. I'm gonna wear the butcher's thingamadiggy. Fuck it. It's not like I got any other. Scroll of teleport. Scroll of teleport. Scroll of guardian. What does guardian do?
Guardians are those little worm things that I spawn.
Ah, okay. I can't use them because they require like 80 magic. Teleport requires 81. Town portal. Scroll of flash. What does scroll of flash do?
Let me have a look and see. Flash. Flash creates a small ring of energy around the caster that deals damage to nearby enemies. It can perhaps be used in tight spots, but other spells like Fireball might still be more effective.
Alright. I'm gonna held scroll of flash. Alright, okay, so that's your portal. Give me a second. Alrighty, here we go. So, through here. Right click. And instant death.
It almost feels like we're gonna have to redo a new run just to get all our equipment back.
Maybe. And what's more is, like, we lucked out on the Arcane's Valor and the Black Croak. Like, I would much rather just, like, somehow turn on, like, cheats or something like that to get this shit back rather than do an entire run all over again. Because considering it took us, like, 4 hours to get to here.
Yeah.
Can be
Diablo
like that.
Runs can be like that in the first 2 games, yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, no. The second game's a little easier. Sometimes you have to abort the run. Well, no, Diablo 2 I've never had to abort a run.
Okay, and what's more is we aborted this, like... We aborted, like, I don't know, like 2 or 3... like runs before we finally got down to dealing with the butcher for the first time, like together with like all 3 of us, and then, you know, we went further down. So like, oh my gosh.
I mean, between you and I, we can probably get down there pretty quickly with all the skills and spells we've got. But
restart in town. All right, so no magic, no 1 health. Hang on, let me just talk to you again. Cool.
Grant really wants to get his stuff back.
I very much so, and you do not have enough gold. Oh shit. Have I used up all my gold?
Getting potions?
Potions, and then earlier I spent like a lot of money on the scroll on like
that book you gave me, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, scroll of healing, scroll of flash, scroll of mana shield. I do not have enough for the mana shield. Crystal staff of lightning, scroll of golem. Someone needs to act as bait. Any way to lure them away from the drop zone? They're right in.
The problem is the second one of us goes in, 1 hit, we're dead.
Yeah, and I don't have. Hang on. Yeah, I don't have armor in here. I got town teleport. I got healing. I got a random teleport and a scroll. So scroll of guardian and a teleport. So let me just pick those up.
I can buy you an armor power, which gives you 15 to strength, but I mean...
I don't know how well that will play. Yeah. I don't know how well that's going to play out. Whose portal is that? Yours? Okay. So... And then that's a random door. Oh,
If we have to restart our runs, we may have to, Grant, but maybe we can do it offline to get back to where we were, and then...
At this point, yeah, it would probably be an offline thing, and I would just, quite frankly, I would probably just, like, you know, open up a multiplayer session, get through, like, however many floors, and then just do that over and over and over and over and over again with the one character. But, oh my god,
yeah,
this is... So we did the Butcher, the Poison Water, the Black Mushroom, Anvil of Fury. My character has, like, 41 armor class just by existing with no resistances. The problem is, like... yeah, like, I just...
We kind of got fucked with those guys standing right there.
Yep. Current spell is Scroll of Flash, Scroll of Identity, Scroll of Resurrect, Holy Bolts, Town Portal. There's like no way to stun them either.
No.
So yeah, and this is normal difficulty as well. Hey, Roscoe Master, do you still have your save in Diablo? Actually,
Yeah.
also that's another question, is how does
Do
Diablo...
either of you have the teleport spell? No.
I have a scroll, but I can't use it. So it requires 81 magic to use that scroll. All right, and Diablo, if it's it should be in the install folder. If it's newer, try looking in the My Documents. Diablo 1 typically saves there's thingies directly into the downloads. So for
What are you trying to do?
So for GOG, it's inside the DX folder. You need to be able to tank 3 hits, teleport further into the level to lure them away. Yeah. So
sorry, what are you trying to do in the folders, Grant?
So just where saves are, because like there's like apparently like because I'm curious of like where the save files are and such, and if they've done like histories and such.
Oh, to see if you can go back and get your character's gear
to like an earlier level. So there's like single player stash, multiplayer stash, and then there's like save numbers. So now comes the fun bit of GOG Galaxy. Nope, it's not there. C drive. Oh, maybe I have it on the D drive actually.
You're all good, mate.
Game installs. Nope, Diablo isn't there. Where's my game installed? Ding. Manage installation show folder. Oh, it wasn't. So GOG games Devolution X. It is not here. Read me. Games. Diablo. Ah, there's the Diablo. All right, and then there's a DX folder. And in here, patch RT. Save. The configuration and save files are located in app data roaming. Ah, okay. So, dink donk app data percentile. So yep, that gets me into roaming, and then somewhere in the D's is DS surgical, de-evolution, and then 0 tier. So multi. So there's a save file for multi-0 and a stash. So there isn't any like actually. Oh no, this isn't in my app data, so there isn't any OneDrive history. Properties, previous versions. There's one from last week, from the 1st of the 5th. Now the question is when did we start? We played this last week, didn't we?
Yeah.
This is from 11:13 p.m. The 1st of the 5th was a Friday, 11 p.m.
Yeah, which was round about where we stopped.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna Control C, Control V, F2, and then just gonna go .BAK, just so then that way it's a backup. Can I?
Grant's doing sneaky things.
Yes, I'm doing. Okay, so there's no previous versions of you. So show more options, properties, previous versions. So I can restore you. Are you sure you want to restore the previous version from Friday, May 1st, 11:13 p.m. This will replace the current version of this file on your computer and cannot be undone. All right.
Are you still in game, Grant? You might want to
Yeah,
leave
no, I'm
game
still
first
in game.
to
I'm
do
still
that.
in game. It's like, because the thing is that, like, if we both get out of this multiplayer session, all the items go away and what have you is the thing.
Yeah, so you jump out. I'll stay here.
All right, you're all good if I jump out?
Yeah, it is going to drop you down a few levels, though, Grant. But I think what we could do then is if you've then got all of your items back,
Yep.
don't worry too much about me getting all of my items. Like, if you got all your items back.
All right, so the previous thingy-majiggy has restored. All right. GOG failed to sync the save. That's fine. That's because I was in the middle of restoring it. All right. Multiplayer, 0 tier. GrantZeebs level 14. Yeah, so this has rolled it back. Join game, ding.
Just means we may have to do rundown through lower levels or something like that.
Let me just see what it looks like. And, yep, so you're already in the game as level 18. I've got my Amber Scimitar of Zim, the Arcane Valor, the Black Sword. I got a Ring of Stability, Short Bow of Quality, and a random Scroll of Golem. Here's a Scroll of Golem. All right.
Nice.
So, now comes the fun bit of I now have an earlier save, so I'm going to copy this and put it into my downloads folder as well. And then multisave 0.bak. So I got a different backup of multiplayer save number 1. All right.
Are you going to try running it again?
It would be funny. Ding.
Oh, okay. I'm going to sit here. I'm just going to wait for him to die horribly.
Yep. Stuck. Come on. Yeah. Yep. The good news is died horribly right in front of everything. Yeah. Do you have a previous version of your guy? You could probably check in your...
No, but then... Yeah, I do, but then, of course, like, I've got too many good spells I don't want to lose from having to reset, so I'm fine if we have to go through again to get everything.
Alright, hang on. So, ding. Dong. Properties. Ding. Previous versions from last week. Restore you. Ding. So that's been restored again.
So do you want me to jump out and we'll just do a new run?
But then what about all your stuff? Because that's the problem.
Doesn't matter. I'm fine losing all of my stuff. Because if we restart the run and go from top floor down, we're going to pick up new stuff.
This sucks. This just really sucks, is all. Like,
it does, but then, that's shit happens.
This just feels like the most this just feels like the scummiest shit where it's just like, oh, they're just hoarding the door. Yeah. So hang on.
It probably didn't help the fact that we sort of like ran forward without really thinking.
We didn't even run that far forward is the thing either. So hang on a sec. Ding dong.
What are you thinking, Grant? What are you thinking? Because like it is almost like 12:30, so depending on what you want to do.
Yeah. So, because, yeah, Velk was like, grab a bow, it helps a lot. The succubus will always run. The Iron Knights are just an ass to kill. If you don't have a bow, buy one, then try to take it slow. You will die. Hell is, well, hell. It's not even hell, it's the last level of the cave. He's like,
Look, I'm fine with starting a run again. I am okay with losing the items that I've got. I didn't have many gold items anyway. A lot of my stuff was shit blue.
Okay. It's just you had a lot of spells. That was the thing.
Yeah, and I still have those spells. None of those spells are going to disappear.
Okay.
Like, we just do the run again and go from the first floor down. We're not restarting new characters. We're just
Okay, okay. Yep.
new game and then running down through.
All right. I'll open up a new multiplayer session then.
Yep. All right. I will go new game and jump out.
So. Yeah.
And we can do just a quick hour going back down through, getting as far as we can, then we can stop there.
Yeah. Give me a sec. I'm just ding. Multiplayer, 0 tier, GrantZeebs, create a game, normal difficulty, normal speed. Same password as before. Yep, I still have all my stuff from like that, you know, the start of the stream.
Yeah, what's the ID?
The ID is P for Peter, B for Bravo, D for Delta, C for Charlie, F for Foxtrot.
Okay.
Good day. How may I serve you?
So.
That's fine. It's fine. It happens.
Yeah.
Okay, it doesn't look like we're dealing with...
So we're not dealing with the poisoned water again.
Fine.
So yeah, and because this is based off of my session of level 14, it means that we're back at like the beginning of caves.
Which is fine. Again, we go through level 1 all the way back down through.
Yeah, okay. Alrighty then.
I am gonna need a staff at the very least, or some sort of weapon. I'll find weapons as we go down. I've got me spells. Where are you? Going towards it? Okay, let's go. No dead guy here, which means I doubt we're dealing with the butcher.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Potion of healing right there. So. Oh, it puts the what's-a-who's health at the top. Skeleton, I think. So yeah, nice. Dink. Da-da. So yeah.
Yeah, it is going to be a bit of a pain in the bum that we had to, you know, redo, but look, like I said.
We got new quests. There's a chance for, like, you know, different legendary stuff. So, yeah.
Exactly.
So, because, yeah, Ring of Truth was lost, but we could potentially get the Anvil quest again once we go further down.
Which will give both of us that sword then.
Well, I don't have the sword because that sword was accomplished through the stream.
Right.
Not so. This is my this is my character from like four level ups ago. So he's, you know, relatively fresh faced compared to you. There we go.
But we also could find new spell books and all that too, ones we didn't find before.
That is true as well. So. Yeah, so for me, it's, I no longer have, like, the level 5 Holy Bolt anymore. I don't have Grizzle's Blade or the, what's-a-who's of Truth. You don't have your Ring of Truth anymore. And I think but you still have your levels, you still have all the spells you've collected.
Yeah.
So, Potion of mana, that's for you.
I mean, just consider this like, doing a raid in Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Hi
there,
Wait,
Velk.
Velk here?
He says he's here. So hopefully you're recovering nicely from the hospital and what have you, Velk. Velk, I've kept him abreast of like where we are with like Diablo and like our our most recent it's a bit of a harrowing feel because like this is like I remember someone like maybe it was Velk saying that this is a roguelite. Like the Diablo games.
I'm on Cody and I got a few hours. No worries, Velk.
So yeah, so he's gonna.
How are you feeling, by the way? You feeling all right? Codeine is good stuff. I mean,
I'm on codeine. I feel nothing. Oh my gosh. Alright, I think. Yeah, cool. I haven't picked up anything extra. So yeah, we'll do like, half an hour of, fun.
yeah, going back down through, yeah.
Yeah, see how we go. Oh my gosh.
Throw me the code, I'll join in.
No, you don't need to do that.
No, Val, yeah, if you're
if you're recovering and what have you. So besides, it's like, it's getting to the end of what's music. Also, why did that thing have a weird shield on it?
I got nothing to do. I'm in bed bored. Well, look, at the moment, like Grant and I are probably gonna do like only half an hour, and then we're gonna stop. So
yeah, so we could like because at approximately like I think it's at 2:04 my laundry finishes and what have you, and I need to put on another load of. Oh, will the sun still be? How quickly does laundry? Also, why doesn't this skeleton want to die? It won't let me target the skeleton.
I don't see a skeleton.
Okay, there's just randomly a skeleton on me, just trying to swipe at me.
Is he actually hurting you?
I don't think so. Nothing has been hurting me, because, like, from the looks of it, my health is still, 100 and some, so... Yeah.
Yeah, why does your laundry take so long, Grant?
No, I set my laundry. So this is one of the brilliant things about my washing machine is I can do a remote start or a delayed finish. So I've set mine up so it would finish at approximately, because we started at 9, so 10, 11, 12, 1, and I didn't want it stopping 1 on the dot, and so, because I tried getting it, finish, I can only have it, like, push back on a per hour basis, so I was like, okay, I'll have it finish at, like, 2 o'clock instead. So, or, 1:30. But I didn't time, running the washing machine until it was past, like, the 50 minutes past the hour or something like that. So what ended up happening is that it was a choice between 1:04 or 2:04, and I was like, I'm going to go with 2:04. So, all right, we go down another floor?
Yep, I'm already down another floor.
All righty. So, because we're probably not going to get any, like, level ups or anything like that for the first, like, 4 levels, I believe.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be very much a, silly sort of grind, or, not progressing. Oh. So I couldn't get it until much later. There we go. Book of Healing. Scroll of Identify. Was there another? No, there wasn't another tome thing here. Book of Healing requires 25 magic, so I'll go in that. So, you got nothing to do, you're in bed bored. So, well, yeah, my laundry isn't going to be done till, like, a little bit, and I need to do some, level grinding, so... Oh, was that No, that's not a chest. Book of Healing, another door... There we go. All right. Dunk through here. Just go down another level.
Down again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, because we're not gonna get the butcher, it seems, and like, yeah, we're not gonna get like much you know, leveling progress until we get past the 4th floor, I believe. That's just my thoughts.
Yeah.
Let's see. So this thing is 15 to 28. That's unidentified right now. So yeah. So I was just... So yeah, my washing machine, I was trying to be clever with it and such like that. I wish I could have it pick, like, you know, down to, like, the minutes instead of, like, you know, down, like, only, like, delaying, like, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, yada yada. I wish I could be, like, an hour and a half or 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, everything here is, like, you know... What?
Oh, religious shrine. What does religious shrine do?
Let me have a look. Where is my... There we go. Fury... Religious Shrine is... fully repairs the durability of all items. It does not reduce the maximum... Ooh, that would be good for me, actually. So, because... Yeah, all of my stuff is like the weird legendary shit. So, hang on, I'm running.
Well, I'm not touching it. So, also, Velk is here in the VC.
Hello, Velk. Lovely new profile icon, by the by. That's some wicked strong armor.
Hello.
How you feeling?
I'm fine.
He's on codeine. He feels nuttin'. So, religious shrine. There we go. Time cannot diminish the power of steel. Alright, and then we go through this door. So yeah, because I think on my side I ended up in a dead end. Am I still... Oh, I'm not sharing anymore. That's why. Alright, stream. That way, Velk can have a little watch while we go through the early
you
levels.
Can see all about stupidity.
Yeah.
So did we get that fixed? So what we've done is Grant has gone back to a previous save.
Mm-hmm. So
for his character.
So I'm 4 levels behind, but I still have like all the legendary gear that was grabbed thanks to Kode and Velk in last week's stream. This is an ornate shrine.
There's a special... Oh, Lorik's Tomb.
Ooh, interesting. The ornate shrine, permanent loss of 1/10 of your mana pool in exchange for 2 levels of hull. Oh, that's what I did last time. So yeah, I'm gonna grab this. There we go.
So no real progress loss? Not really, no.
Nah.
No massive progress loss.
Just the last like 3 hours of gaming, really. So.
Surprised you didn't start in the catacombs.
Sorry?
Surprised you didn't start in the catacombs.
Yeah, we just wanted to go through like the earlier levels because like there was the quest of like the poisoned water supply or something where you get a legendary item which is a ring of truth. So it like gives you like resistances and increased vitality, which ends like you know, one like damage is ignored or something like that from enemies. So that was really good for Kode. So
except when it disappeared all of a sudden.
yeah, one time Kode and I died, and for whatever reason,
avarice fails, patience gains reward. That was a spooky shrine or something.
I didn't read what did the shrine say it was? I didn't read it.
Avarice fails, patience gains
No,
reward.
the name.
I thought it was spooky shrine or something like that.
Spooky Shrine. All players other than the one who activated the shrine are healed and receive full rejuvenation potions. Ah, cool. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Big Bunny. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Thank you.
So yeah, if we both put Holy Bolts on and go into Leoric's Tomb, we pretty much will wipe the place.
Alrighty then, let me swap on over to... Holy Bolt, there we go. Yep, Holy Bolt, there we go. To be fair, also, we are, like, above level 10, so...
Yeah.
Is there, like, a lever we need to pull? Yeah, there is.
Down here, door.
Yep. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, there we go. Oh, almost. There we go. And then where's the lever?
And then there was another one over here.
Oh,
You
yeah,
have to
because it
click
opens
on
up.
the lever.
So yeah. Ooh, a spiked.
No, which
Which
instantly was put into my thing, but I can't. You know, I don't have anything.
Yep, activate that lever. Oh, they... Okay, so I got the health bar, like, quality of life thingamadiggy turned on, and...
Yeah.
Like, I'm just watching this undead skeleton, like, I hit it once, its health is going up during this time. Like, they get health back in the fight.
Huh.
Oh, and they show little immunities in the top.
Rest well, Leoric.
I already have the undead crown, which gives me life stealing, so the undead crown might be good for you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's cool that like this thing gives us like little little indicators on their heads.
See, it doesn't show up on me because I haven't activated it.
Yeah. All right. And then there's a door here, but more undead to fight. But yeah, right now, like I'm still sitting on 143 points of health. Yeah, de-evolution's like other UI quality of lives, I'm probably gonna keep these on. Cause yeah. All right, open this chest, giving us rags, staff of charged bolt, book of firebolt. Ooh. Requires 15 magic. I am honestly going to use that book. I am learning my lesson, and I'm starting to pick up magic items, because I'm going to need at least something.
Yeah.
Or not magic items, but magic spells, I should say. So no,
I am gonna head back into town because I need to
Stronghold
identify
because
these
of bad
items
code
now.
made fire not activating the win. Warhammer 40k Soulstorm can be the worst. That sounds like this game. Alright. So yeah, also Velk has joined into the little gaming session, so we can have him with us.
Yay.
Yay!
Wait, Velk jumped in, did he?
Yeah, I got like a little notification for, you know, him joining in. So
The Velk has arrived. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. So
Oh, he's going. Is he exploring the dungeons?
I'm on my way.
Well, way back up in town quickly.
Right.
You're at level 2. I see it. Yeah, I'm where
Yep.
you guys are.
Yep, and then
Good day.
access storage, quality. So yeah.
All right. So what do I get? I got. Okay, so the crown, life stealing, and armor class. So yep.
Yeah, I reckon it's good for you still.
Okay, the charge bolt, blue staff of charge bolt, lightning resist. Okay, well, better than nothing, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what can I do for you? Well, I have to practically smuggle in the metals and tools I need from
And
the edges of our damned town. That witch Adria always seems to get whatever she needs. If I knew even the smallest.
And then, boom. So yeah. Quite honestly, after that experience at level 12, I think one of the like. Yeah, this stream it's like definitely been like, yay, we moved a few floors down, and then it's like, you know, gone all the way back up. It's like, yep, I feel vindicated now in the idea of just going through the like a multiplayer session like over and over and over again, just going through like the first 8 floors or something.
yeah.
So scrolls, ooh, Book of Charged Bolt again, Book of Healing, Bountiful Staff of Firewall. Interesting.
It's the Velk. There he is.
There he is.
I rarely ever use teleport, so.
Alright, I'll sell him. I could use the cash.
Yep.
So yeah. That was the interesting thing is like once we got down to like the double digit floors, like floor 10 and 11, it's like cash was just rolling in. But oh my gosh, like you were basically using it for potions all the time.
Yep. That's the idea.
So yeah, let's see. So my charge bolt is level 1, my fire bolt is level 1, my holy bolt is level 3, 5 mana, 23 to 32. All right, I'm going through this town portal. No. So, because we've explored... So we got through King Whatsmahoozy's tomb.
I'll wait for... Velk, did you go through the portal?
Yep.
Alright, cool.
Bonk.
Because, yeah, right now it's just basically murder and mayhem.
Yep. So there's been barely any XP progress with, you know, this level of floor, but, you know. Just the level grind.
Definitely harder.
Sorry?
The caves is definitely harder.
Yeah. And we were on, like, the last level of the caves before we entered hell.
Yeah. Like, if you want, we can do the catacombs straight away. And that should give you a lot more experience than this place.
Yeah. We'll make our way to the catacombs, because we'll probably just not even do that much exploring when we get... until we get to catacombs. Also, what is this, shrine? Also, can the dark ones, like, not be so difficult to hit?
Creepy shrine.
Creepy shrine. Okay. Let's have a little squeeze at the creepy shrine. Ooh. Bonk. +2 strength of the activating character. Cannot bypass the max value. Oh, okay. That is definitely a me
Sounds
thing.
like it's for you then.
Yep. Strength is bolstered by heavenly faith. Nice.
Weird name, though, for something that boosts your strength.
Yeah. I don't know what was with the naming scheme for Diablo.
Well, faith is creepy.
Yeah, just taking an entire day off just to pray to someone who's never met us before to be like, hey, give us good fortune.
Yeah, if you suddenly received a DM saying, hey, I'm praying to you. Not for you, to you.
Oh, Book of Town
That's
portal.
creepy.
Nice, I'll pick that up. Donk.
Also, let me know if we find Book of Golem, because having a little extra dude on hand probably wouldn't be a bad idea.
Oh yeah, how's the fire elemental thing?
Yeah, the suicide bomber.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Like, they literally just run and explode, yeah.
That sounds exactly like something Code would enjoy.
Like, watch, I shit you not. Like, watch this. Hang on. Bloop. And it just...
Oh, okay.
Little suicide bomber. That's all he does.
Yep. Alright, where
He just runs through and goes, hey, did you look at me funny? I'm gonna grab you.
Yep. I'm gonna explode!
It's like Missplosion Man all over again.
There we go.
I mean, it's fucking funny, don't get me wrong, but it's like... It's basically like a homing firebolt.
Where is the stairs? Did we, like, go past
we
them?
passed them ages ago.
Yeah, we passed them ages ago.
Yeah. Because we don't really need to explore the first 5 levels, I would say. They're over here, aren't they? Yep, they're over here. I'm going down to level 4.
Deploying Flaming SB. What does SB mean?
Suicide bomber.
Oh, okay.
That's my guess. Oh, the Bone Gnasher is still after me. There we go.
Enchantment.
Enchantment?
Enchantment. Enchanted Shrine. So I'm not sure what that one does.
Enchanted Shrine lowers one of the activating spells and raises A's by 1 level. One spell is lowered by 1 level. Everything else is raised by 1.
All right, well that's better for me then.
Yeah, because that's what we. It was like a bit of a.
Yeah, but what spell did you forget, possibly?
I didn't forget any. Like, all of my spells are pretty much above level 1, or above level 2.
Yeah. So, Code is very fortunate that way. Oh, cool. There's a little, demon goat thing.
Not sure how finicky Twitch chat is on some terms, but yes.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, I totally get why
That's
you would
true.
abbreviate, so thank you for abbreviating to make it a little easier.
Yep. Oh, a Book of Firebolt. I think that's the goat.
Oh, it's him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, him. Because he gave us some good items last time.
Yeah, he did.
Usually he gives trash, so it's a nice change.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Garbad the Weak.
Okay.
Please. No hurt. No kill.
Okay, how long do we keep him alive for?
Oh, you just make sure that he's off the screen. And then talk to him again.
Yep.
We drop a club?
Yeah, because like you can like, for instance, just walk into this room. He disappears for me, and then I talk to him again. So I walk in here. If you join me, Code, into this room.
Yeah, hang on.
So we walk in here. He disappears from this corner when you go into that corner, and then back into this room again.
Yep, disappeared.
Mm-hmm. And now he's gonna get into a fight. There we go. And another mace. There we go. All right. We'll need to
Wow, Book of Healing requires 134 magic.
Ow! God damn it, Jack. I have a Book of Firebolt and a Book of Town Portal. I'm gonna use the Book of...
Actually, no, I can spell that.
So...
Oh, no, you need it, so...
Book of... Alright, so here's Dunk, Town Portal, and Firebolt. I pick up the Book of Healing. So, requires 28 magic. Right-click it. There we go. My healing is now 24 mana to do 37 to 179.
My Firebolt is level 12.
Oh my goodness. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be powerful.
Way down is around this corner that you're going.
Yep.
I'm gonna go get the sign.
Oh, the hang on, sign
guy?
for the tavern. Ooh, a great what? No.
Oh, hang on, this guy here, Snotspill.
Yeah, that's the guy I'm talking about.
Okay, so you're going to get his banner, are you?
Yeah, but the thing is that we don't give it to him because he's an asshole.
Then who do we give it to?
Well, who do you think owns the sign?
I don't know.
The owner, back up at the top.
Have we got the banner? Did we get it?
Yep, tavern. So now we use a
I'll go deliver it.
I want to go. No, that's okay. I want to go in. I want to. I'm gonna identify some things. Identify.
Okay, I'm back in town too.
Fallusion of the Nine.
What do we get for delivering the banner back?
Accuracy.
Something for you, I believe.
Mace of Might.
What can I do for you?
I mean, I could use it, but...
And then a random hunter's bow to get rid of. Alright, so I now have something called a flaming club of accuracy.
Okay, he's asked us for a... oh, hang on. Minus damage, 2 to attributes. Oh, that is a little bit better. But minus 3 to armor class, though.
Yep.
I'm going to put the crown in my storage, though.
Good backup.
But everything else, though, getting the bonus attributes, can't argue with that. Oh, thank you, Velk.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Griswold mentioned something about the magic rock.
The magic.
That's in the caves.
Okay. Dink, dunk.
Way down's open.
Awesome. I'm just going through all
Thank you.
this. There we are.
Hi, Blue.
Go
What
suck
you
a lemon.
doing?
Hello, Blue. It's telling me to go suck a lemon.
Oh, down here.
Yeah. I just need to head through a door. Hey, look, a skull cap. Dark
I'll grab
ones,
it.
no magical resistance, and some random amount of health. Alright. You're
You back from brunch? What you get? What you get me?
The smell of death surrounds me.
Holy Shrine, which does phasing spell, teleports the player who activated a shrine to a nearby part of the level.
It's a boss skeleton. Be careful.
Oh, good. Oh wait, he's undead. What am I thinking? I just use this. So we got winged demons. There we go. Large shield. Legendary
Rare
large.
large shield.
Yep.
That could be good for you, Grant.
Could be. Right now I'm just hitting some Stone Clan right now. And some winged demons.
Oh, they're immune to magic.
Yeah.
That explains why I can't hurt them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like lightning a lot. So you can try lightning. Apparently that's not magic.
Ooh, Book of Lightning. Do you want the Book of Lightning?
I'll take it. Yeah, if you don't want it.
There you go. Book of Lightning.
Oh, you already have that shield, Grant.
Black coat. Large shield. Lol, that's kind of hilarious if that's the case. 18,
Well, it's the same.
15. Alright, let's have a look. Hang on. Just go through the portal real quick. I forgot, that was the choke point. It's a game dev trap. Next time you get to the floor, don't engage the enemies of the floor. It's intentional on the dead to run and... What?
Whoa, what can I do for you?
No idea what he's talking about.
For the caves area that you guys died to.
Ah, okay. Holy Defender. Neg 2 damage from enemies, plus 20 resistance fire, high durability, fast block, armor class 15. Honestly, I kind of like that over the Black Oak shield, because Black Oak, sure, it gives me plus 10 to dexterity, but it's also reducing my vitality and my light radius.
The fast block as well is the most important stat from that.
Yeah.
As you've seen by now.
Alright, so talk to you. Put this in storage at the very least for in case I die and fuck up again.
Oh, hang on. I got some items to identify quickly, and I'll sell those.
Yay, I went from like 140 something to 163 HP points. So, yeah. The Black Oak shield was definitely hindering me's. Scrolls, potions. A Jade Staff of Elemental. Can't grab that.
No, that's just the charge thingy. Short staff of speed, warrior staff of golem. Jesus Christ, 60 fucking thousand. Ooh. Probably because it's got the golem. Alright, I've jumped in the portal.
Yep.
I will be back in a second.
All good, all good. So the Stone Clan resists magic. Okay.
And I found another staircase that's up to town.
Mm-hmm. Resistant to fire, immune to magic. Cool.
Oh, good. What the space fuck are you doing?
Me?
Yeah, the one shooting lightning out of various orifices.
No, you know, just shooting lightning out of various orifices.
You don't?
I wish I did. That'd be far more interesting.
Alright, what the fuck is a horror captain?
Does kind of chew through mana a little bit, but eh.
Yeah, I'm barely losing any. Like, I'm surrounded by all this, like, Stone Clan, and I'm barely. Like, there isn't a hit going on me.
Except for that one.
Oh, okay.
I found the way down.
Alright, cool. Well. Okay, this is interesting. Like, now that I have, like, the little health bar above them, I can, like, now see, like, just how effective, like, my actual, like, hitting them is. There we go.
If you want to shoot lightning down your card.
Oh, look, a long staff.
And
Like that?
I will give you these.
Thank you. Because yeah, chain lightning. Ooh boy, is it a mana chewer?
My god, how many of these Stone Clans are there?
There's always one more.
Fucking
Apparently
bullshit.
there's a
Look at
magic
this.
rock.
Well,
Look at this nonsense.
Apparently Grant found a magic rock up there.
Oh yeah, there is
that's
a
the
magic.
quest thing.
Yeah, that's the quest thing.
I thought that was in the caves, but alright.
Well,
Might as well do it.
well, if they were mentioned while we were only just entering the catacombs, then it must have been for the catacombs. There we go. Ding. There we are.
Well, grab the magic rock and come back over here or head over to Griswold.
I'm a bit busy dealing with winged demons.
All right. We gotta do every. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's just thinking.
Okay, we're good.
It was just having a thought. It was just having a thought. Oh, Velk, you might be one of the best people to talk to about this, but I had a housewarming.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean, uh-oh? The fuck you mean, uh-oh?
If I'm ever the best person to talk about something, you are in dire straits.
It's not bad, okay? Trust me, it is not bad, all right? So I was
Where'd the
having
magic stone go?
it's in my inventory.
Okay, you picked it up. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so also there's books here. Skeleton Tome and ooh, Book of Heal Other. I will take that. I can be a helpful boy. It's just a magic rock. Anyway, I had a housewarming a few weeks ago, and one of my friends from the housewarming has gifted me a second PC. It's a Intel like 4th gen something or rather with like a 1080 in it. They just had this, you know, the parts lying around and they put it into a small form factor PC. The reason they did this is because they got annoyed that my streams were crashing when my PC was crashing from a game or something like that. And they were like, you know what, Grant? here, do what you will with this thing. So at some point,
Oh, so you can set yourself up. Yeah, I see what you're talking. I can.
So potentially setting myself up on a second PC for streaming purposes. So like I can keep using, so the PC I have right now with like the crazy CPU and GPU setup, like this can turn into the gaming PC. And then the second small form factor can be a, that can be like more of the main PC for, you know, hosting the stream, the overlays and all that kind of nonsense. And the, so now comes like the big question mark of like, do I make the PC managing the streams and all that? I think I'm going to make that one the Windows one because I'm going to need to use Vignon, and I think having the weaker PC in terms of like power consumption and such might be better for like daily usage of like, you know, watching movies or work and what have you. And then the PC I have here right now, the, you know, humdinger powerful one, might be better as like a Linux PC. What are your thoughts on that? Because you're a Linux boy, aren't you?
I'm Ubuntu, which is close enough.
Ubuntu.
So you can absolutely do that. Right now, Ubuntu eats way less of everything than Windows, so you will find some upgrades in terms of playability, workflow, just in general things. You will, when you try it, you'll understand. It's a lot smoother of an experience.
I found the thingy-majiggy to level 6, by the by.
Yep, we're down.
Okay.
It's not for everyone because you do need to do some terminal commands every now and then.
Yeah,
that's like for updating Discord, where you go CD downloads and then go run dpkg install.
Have you heard of something called Bazite?
Vaguely, I know the name.
Okay. So. Ooh, a potion of full regeneration.
I'll have a bottle of full Mountain Dew.
But it's yellow.
Mountain Dew is yellow.
Mountain Dew is not meant
green.
to be yellow.
Like when you take it out of the bottle, it's yellow, is it not?
Yellowy green.
You're not. It's like a bottle of Monster. I would say like energy drinks are more yellow.
Monster is yellow?
Yeah.
I'm not arguing. I've never.
Oh
had
look,
Monster, so I
Bill
wouldn't know.
Broth, the Pitmaster. Nice.
Oh, I'm surrounded.
Oh, let me try and get out and help you.
Oh, I'm fine.
Oh, okay. What's the button to stay in the one spot when doing attacks?
Shift.
Oh, okay.
Think of it like you want to shift gears.
Yeah.
To reverse. Or park.
Alright, I'm just staying at the foot of this door. There we go.
Are you having a hard time hitting?
Yes. But, you know, I just wanted to stay at this door so that it doesn't break through. Because, like, as you can see... Ooh, Book of Flash. I like... oh, and there's an amulet as well. Nice. Oh, you already picked it up.
Yeah. In which case, Grant, you should probably take this.
Steel Ring of the Dark. Also, I got a long staff. Alright, Book of Flash, used. Where's the Steel Ring of the Dark? Oh, did I just... Yep, I automatically... Minus 40 radius, light radius, but plus 15%. Okay. Nice. GrantZeebs, everything is coming up your way. Yeah! Slowly but surely. I just went through an awkward I just went through an awkward phase between 12 and 29.
Minus 2 damage from enemies. Okay.
Who wanted the magic rock?
Griswold.
Yeah, I believe he gives something explicitly to you.
Fine long staff of the bear. Plus 9% to hit, plus 39% damage. Knocks target back. Damage 4 to 8.
That can be very good.
Staff of the bear, whatever the fuck that is. Scroll of Identify, heal others as a spell. Firebolt, Scroll of Town. It doesn't... I don't think I have a... Donk. Donk. Alright.
No, it's a band. I'll get it identified.
Am I not what I thought it was?
Props to the one using Ubuntu. That's Velk that's using Ubuntu. So yeah, I used Ubuntu like years and years ago.
So, 2 to all attributes, 20 to light radius, faster hit recovery, absorbs half damage from traps.
Ooh. I have a ring of stability that's doing faster hit recovery. So
that won't do anything for you because you already have the fastest hit recovery from Arcane's Valor.
So,
Arcane.
Velk, would you like it?
Oh, fastest hit recovery. Oh, okay,
Sure,
so I can
I'll
get
take
rid
it.
of this. I can get rid of this ring of stability then.
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Alright, I'll put in my inventory here, and then I'm gonna sell... Ring of Stability is gonna be sold for 2,000... Unless, do any of you want the Ring of Stability?
Doesn't really do much for me.
It doesn't do anything for me anymore.
Alright. And then I'm gonna keep the short bow, just so I have a bow. Flaming Club of Accuracy. I'm gonna keep that club, honestly. Access storage, and put the gold away.
Remember, staffs can only be sold to Andrea.
Yeah, okay. You're not interested in the fine staff of, like, Bear.
I mean, could be useful.
You wanna...
It has its uses for melees, because what you can do is put someone up against a wall, and you can stun lock them like they stun locked you.
That's it there. One last ogle before I head to the families. All good, Artemis. Hopefully you have a wonderful time over with your familias. I will be going through just a little bit more of the Diablos with Velk and the group and the gang. Alright, we're just waiting on code. Oh, the portal disappeared.
Only scroll of golem. Damn.
Oh, I forgot to check my... Also, where's the door? Can't... There we go.
Although we could just go down now.
Wait, where are you guys?
We are down.
Yeah.
Through the portal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. So yeah, because like I'm getting some levels from this. Ooh, book. Oh, it's a mythical book, so it's doing weird. It's doing lore.
Oh, the Chamber of Bones.
Oh, does that mean another level for Code's Hydra?
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to do that.
It would be good, like increasing it. There we go.
All right.
Hang on, I'm just
Does that
picking
mean
up the
it's on
gold.
this level?
You know those stairs that are just below us?
Yeah.
Yeah, there.
So, yep, Chamber of Bone. So we click on this thing. Here we go. Telegram, I missed it. Sorry, hang on. So I should get that snap on Telegram. Oh yeah, Telegram. So, okay. Telegram is, for whatever reason, furries who all have secret identities on the internet came together and were like, huh, what platform should we use for our, anonymity and also like engaging with our friends who we also don't know their real names and such? Let's go with the platform Telegram, where in order to create an account in the first place, you need to have a mobile phone number, which for a lot of people is you only have one phone number to, and sometimes is associated with work. Telegram will also set themselves up where if you have someone else's phone number and they use Telegram as well, and they've set themselves up that if people know your phone number, you can, communicate. They can find you on Telegram, then that ends up with them having you available on their Telegram. So
That sounds like an awful design.
It's not that awful of a design if it's just, WhatsApp with a mobile phone attached to it. But for whatever reason, the furries were like, Telegram, that's the one we want. So, hence why, for a while, me personally, I had a secondary phone number from Telstra. It was like a prepaid number or something like that. Just so I had, Code, can I get through?
In a second.
Also,
Let me
they're all
just,
undead, like, so they can all get hit with the Holy Bolt magic.
Not all of them.
Also, I think Grant
No,
needs
they're all
levels.
undead. So, yeah, they're all undead. I've turned on the thingy-majiggy, which tells me their type. So, yeah, so, Horror Captain, undead. Just let me through.
What's your current weapon?
Me? It is some weird saber thing. So it's not, like, crazy. Oh, yeah, and then the unseen over here is a demon type, so... get out of here. There we go. And then... WhatsApp functions the same way. I had to use it at my last job. Yeah, and what's more... But yeah, overall...
Yeah, same.
Telegram, like, you know, the furries like and such like that because of the stickers and, like, you know, being able to do channel announcements and groups and yada, yada, yada. It's just a little funny that for a group that wants to, like, you know, hidden identities and shit like that, we go for the one where in order to get an account in the first place, you need a mobile number. Arcane knowledge gained. Congratulations. Ooh, hello.
Yeah.
What was that? Fine sword?
Fine sword of puncturing. 6 to 15, plus 6% to hit, plus 39% damage, penetrates target armor. Fucking amazing.
I was gonna say, yeah, that would be a good one for you, Grant.
Yeah,
As well as the axe.
The axe requires me being two-handed, though, and I kind of like having my shield, because it gives me fire resistance and neg2 damage from enemies, which is good.
Okay.
So, hence my...
Bye, Artemis. You have a good day.
Bye, have a wonderful time. Okay, I told myself I was going to have at least 5 points into dexterity the last time I was playing, in case of needing to use, like, some of the bows, so now that that's up, I am going to put a little more into, blah, 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 blah. Into, if my brain can do the thinkies.
Good night.
The rest into strength. Alright.
Whoops.
Back to level 6.
I'm taking that off my bar before I do that again.
That was our work slacks plus your communication. Effectively get a fake or stand-in phone number to obscure your real number. The kids use it and tell me about it. I'm old and never bothered. Yeah, so once you at least get the account made, then you can start setting up your settings to be like, oh yeah, mobile number, hidden. Profile, hidden. Name, hidden. Like, online activity, like, just have every setting in Telegram set to, like, the greatest privacy, and then start, like, you know, relinquishing some of that control. Thank you, Sir Dragon! Ooh, hey, Florida, level 7. Thank you so much for the resub for the last 27 months. I greatly appreciate it. You don't have to deal with any of the advertisement, and you get to utilize all the cool emotes that I've got. There we go. Ooh, hello. Why is there... Yep, door there. You want me through...
Let me out, please let me...
Sorry,
Out.
Sorry. I gotta... Hang on, I think I have a scroll. Of resurrection somewhere. Heal other, flash, heal... No, I do not, damn it. Okay.
I do.
Let me do...
I just need to not be killed.
There's a portal. Let me just kill these things.
Oh, you walked through. Okay, I was going to resurrect you.
Oh. Let me go through this door in case there's any more of them. There isn't. There is a purifying spring.
That will be good for code.
Oh, you just need to hold down and it gives you 1 point back. Okay, so...
You can spam click it.
Or hold...
Or you can hold it.
Yeah, hold. That's what I went with. Sorry for... I stood in your way by accident there, Velk. When
That's fine.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, wait, Stone Clan. Fuck you. Yeah.
That's the level 3 Hydra.
Oh, is it level 3?
Nope, it's level 5.
Ooh, Book of the Blind.
Wow. Oh, good. That's here, isn't it? I'd say it's effective.
Nice.
They're also lasting a while.
Come on. Dink. Alright, through here. Ooh, a Scroll of Resurrect. I'll pick that up the next time I accidentally kill, Velk. Alright, so what is the... Halls of the Blind? What is...
It is a loop that is filled with hidden. And I think it's got a ring, as it were. Ward.
Yep. Okay. That'll be cool. I used to run with a crew.
It looks like it's over there.
Okay, okay. Then we lock in for an Uber run.
Wrong.
When you said Uber run, the first thing that popped into my head was Uber, like Uber Eats or Uber the travel.
Oh yeah, there it is. The optimistic amulet.
Ooh.
What?
It's the optic amulet, not optimistic.
Optic.
Oh. Alright.
It's filled with hidden. You can just stand and swing and you'll probably hit something.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Illusion Walker. There we go. Up. There we go. There we go. Optic amulet. Oh. Scroll of Identify. Scroll of... Alright, so plus 20 light radius, resistant lightning plus 20, -1 from enemies, +5 to magic. Ooh. Okay, so that's probably more for Code if he... Or do you have one already, Code?
No, I don't. I think I lost that one.
Oh yeah. Okay, let me give this to you then. So, there you go. Seems only fair.
Oh, sweet Bippy, these things are tanky.
Oh, I'm coming. Where the... Oh, there's the... I gotta get rid of some Night Clan. Oh, there's like also a mini boss thing here.
Sure is.
I have to use my health potion. Ah, it's the Blighthorn Steel Mace. Oh, yeah, I needed to use my potions, like, repeatedly. Okay, should probably hit all the other Night Clans before I... There we go. Composite Bow, definitely for you. I bet...
Nope.
What do you mean, nope?
That's for you. Use it as a backup.
Ah, okay, okay.
Because I guarantee you, this bow is better.
Dun, 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 dun. Donk. There we go. And there we go. Alright. Time to find the stairs! Uber runs in Diablo 2 is a special mod in Hell difficulty where you boss rush all the act boxes at once in Tristram. They all are modified with every immunity. It's how you get the Stone of Jordan. Ugh, I am not for that. Like, I went through Pragmata. I'm not going to spoil anything for Pragmata, but Code,
Yep.
it has post-game content. It's like It's like Monster Hunter. It's like Resident Evil, where it's just like, oh yeah, here's other shit to do after you complete the game once. And it's not just New Game Plus. You get like this little thing where it's like, oh yeah, you gotta go, you go into like these special like secret room like things, and then it's like, oh, thanks for going through this secret room. In order to unlock the other secret rooms, you have to go through the levels, like different levels again, and go through the new updated bosses. It's like Monster Hunter or Kingdom Hearts that way. And I thought that was insane. And it's like, if I was one of those kinds of streamers that wants to 100% things, I probably would be stuck in Pragmata for a little longer. But that's not my kind of crowd.
Alright, we found the stairs going
Ooh,
down.
a goat shrine.
Goat shrines are usually negative.
Yep. Alright, we're all good for going downstairs?
Yep, go for it. I will see you down there.
Alright, hang on, I'm just waltzing around, seeing if there's... Ooh, another Passion of Mana. There we go. Because this should take us... Yep, this takes us down to level 8. So we're at the last of the So 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this is the last of the catacombs. And this will get us, like, back into, Oop. Horned demon. Type animal. What in the world? Oh, a Book of Town portal again. Making it even cheaper. I am all for that. Requires 28 mana? Sure.
Chainmail. I'll pick that up.
Oh, there's a lot of horned demons. And weirdly enough, these are all beasts, not demons. Or animals, sorry.
Sanctuary has a few weird beasts.
Mysterious Shrine. Okay, in single player, the class attribute, so for the thing, is increased by 5. All others, except the class attribute, are decreased by 1, which equals a total gain of 2 attributes. In multiplayer, 1 random attribute of the player who activated the shrine increases by 5. All other players lose 1 point of 1 random attribute each.
Yeah, don't do that.
Why not?
That sounds awful.
Sounds
awful. Why would you?
Look, there's basically an overall gain of like the one player gets, 5.
Whoa.
Yep, I'm here. Don't worry. I am blocking as best as I can. So basically one player gets like +5 into a random stat, and then each player only loses 1. Like it's not 1 in each stat they lose, it's just 1 in a random stat. So, ooh, Scroll of Golem again. And a spiked club. Fountain of Tears. And then spiked club. So yeah, I think the shrine is worth it.
Well, we're glad you think so.
I have been keeping myself even Stevens. How have all of you been? Like, are you
focusing on primary stats?
Alrighty, so like it could be good for me, honestly. I'm so far behind on the primary stat like push thingamadiggy.
I have 93 decks.
Yeah, it sounds like I benefit from clicking this thing at least once and seeing. So my strength went up to 51, my magic went up to 41, my dexterity went up to 34, my vitality is 30. Oh, okay, so it gave me +5 in something, and then randomly.
Oh.
Hang on. Let me kill this thing. I have a scroll of resurrection. Don't worry.
Same.
So where is it? Heal other scroll.
You gotta warn me before you're going back.
Where it? Oh.
All right.
Sorry, I was trying to take that potion of rejuvenation right there.
Yep. Alright, dunk. Horned Demon. Horned Demon. There we go. Don't leave your mate heart. What? Don't leave your hanging. Yeah. I didn't.
I can use a hand. I can use a hand.
Oh,
I wonder what that's like. Grant, you should be in the front.
Which front? What the fuck did I just press?
Not that front.
What did I just? Oh my fucking god. I hate pressing escape like that. I hate pressing escape and it's just like, ugh. Sorry. Give me a minute. Oh, wrong.
Can you tell portalless? Because I have no room for anything.
Sure.
What's the what's a Mahuzi ID? Sorry.
PBDCF.
PBDCF.
Peter, Bravo, Delta, Cat, Francis.
You're far more adult than I am.
I grew up learning to have to use the.
I got it wrong. Hang on.
So.
Peter, Bravo, Delta, Charlie, Foxtrot.
Sorry, Peter.
Bravo.
Okay. Yep, Peter, Bravo.
Delta.
Yep.
Charlie.
Yep.
Foxtrot.
Alright. Alright. Reconnected.
Okay, what did I get? So I got Pearl Mail of Brilliance.
Book of Phasing? Why is there Book of
15
Phasings
magic.
here?
19 to armor. Hang on.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
15. That's actually better.
Well, what can I do for you?
The Spike Club actually gives me 15 to magic. Well, that axe is useless. Let me grab this.
Good day. How may I serve you?
Alright, so I can't use that one yet. That's good. This goes into here. There we go.
So this actually gives me 15 to magic, the mace. As well as a 28% to hit chance.
Did you see it?
What did I miss? I've returned. I am bald as the day I was born. You freshly shaved your head and face.
Oh, did I take one of your potions?
You took a scroll. I'm trying to see something.
Ooh, another Book of Holy
I will
Bolt.
do it elsewhere.
And a Book of Mana Shield. I need 16,000 for the Mana Shield, though, so that's not great. I will grab the Holy Bolt, though, just so then that way I have more levels in that thing. Dink donk. Magic. So my Holy Bolt is now level 4. Nice. And only costs 4 mana to do damage. Nice. Portal. Ooh, library book.
Okay, to magic.
What does the Scroll of Infravision do?
Oh wow, 151. Hang on. Let me just have a look compared to.
Oh, it shows where the enemies are.
30.
Nice. Interesting.
31 to 40. Okay, so might as well.
Yep. I have been told by Code that Holy Bolt is effective, and Velk, that Holy Bolt will be effective against Diablo, so it's worth like putting some levels in as a even though I'm a warrior and such like that, to at least put them in, so then that way, you know, I can be helpful.
I mean, you can still be helpful as a human meat shield.
Mm-hmm. That's true too. Sorry, I'm just going through the level. I am thankfully not easy to die in. So, plus this gives me an opportunity to level up a little bit more.
Whereabouts are you?
I gone through the portal that Velk has set up. So, and there's a lot of horn demons. I got like the...
Your golem is having fun. I can hear it.
Wait, my golem's still alive.
Or is.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's wandered off and we can't find him.
Yeah, it'll do that.
There we go.
Found the stairs down.
And there's a book.
There we go. Don't mind me as I...
When the internal conflict between the heavenly heavens and the burning hells. Was that a quest, or was it just a book?
It's lore. I don't want to go down there just yet without everyone.
I'm just killing some horn demons right now.
Yeah.
There we go. Slowly gaining level from each of these that I kill. There we go.
Fireball.
Dun 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 dun. 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 Alright, that's everything. That's every demon in this room. The Colonel's VA from Metal Gear. Oh, nice. Didn't realize that's who the
crap.
book reader was.
Hang on, I'll be back. I got stuff to sell quickly.
All good, all good. Oh my gosh, I'm so close to leveling up. It's great. Yep, and I've leveled up. Alright. Oop. Alright. All of it into strength. Here we go.
better go and put this gold into the storage. Wow, I have 17 grand.
Lucky you. Lucky you. That's good.
All right, we ready to head down?
Hang on.
Nope. Grant still is murdering things.
I'm still murdering things, yeah, because this floor is not fully explored for me, so I have, like, no idea where I am. Healing, thank you. All right. Here we go. So yeah. Plus, I leveled up. I am now level 16. Alright, so to the left. Dink, come on. Oh, this is gonna be a long walk, chat. Where the fuck are you? Why is it so much easier to see the outbounds, or like the out of bounds, like walls, than it is to see the very room that I'm meant to be, like, in? Yum. Almost there, almost there. Here. Past the Book of Sin and War. Alright, so through these stairs to level 9. Ah, yeah, this gets us to the cave. Alright. This is where Kode and I... Hey, look, a fungal tome!
Nice.
Found that again. Ah, more of these mud titans. Actually, no, I don't remember these mud titans. What the shit?
These are new.
Yeah. And then Night Clan. Ugh.
Wait, are we dealing with enemies that we didn't have to deal with before?
Yeah, it looks like it. Alright, Night Clan is dead. Oh my gosh. Why do they have to run away? Also, I need to sort out my inventory, like, Jesus. Ding. Short bow of quality, amber, warriors, thingamadiggy. Oh, broadaxe. I don't need this broadaxe. Why was that picked up? Oh, did you pick up the fungal book? Oh wait, no, I already got the fungal.
No, I thought you picked it up.
Oh yeah, no, I got the fungal book. There was like a broadsword I was trying to grab, but
I grabbed it.
ah, okay.
What was that?
My character said, "Rest in peace, my friend."
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Did you find someone?
I touched a body.
Ah, okay.
Whose body?
It was just a corpse.
I guess it's one of those questions about the game shall be answered by playing the game. Because maybe it's because of the fungal tome?
Nope.
Then
That's just a random body.
Alrighty then. I am going to go through the portal then. Because I got some things I need to identify and quest-wise need to do, so let me talk to Witch Lady. Because this is for the,
Okay, this is a high durability broadsword.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys find the mushroom before?
Yeah. So,
whoa.
Because that got us the potion, and that was given to Kode, so.
Which this time we'll give it to Grant.
Yes.
Alright, hang on.
Oh, I found the mushroom.
Nice.
Oh, nice. We'll bring it back.
Nothing for me to identify, so.
Now that is a big mushroom. That's what she said. I don't make this shit up. Have you heard the sound that it plays when you pick it up?
What does it play?
Yeah, the whoa.
Yeah, pick it up and put it in your inventory.
I don't say anything.
Yeah, but listen to the sound effect that it makes.
Whoa.
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 I'm not.
Whoa.
I'm not hearing whoa when you're saying whoa.
Fine,
Whoa.
I backed away.
Because none of that whoa happened. Dunk. All right, there we go. Well, that's put away. I'm gonna put this club away. I'm not using it.
Oh, there's a Book of Guardian for 14 grand.
Hang on.
I think it's called to drop the black mushroom.
Wait, Bone Spirit? What's Bone Spirit?
That's a fun spell.
Bone Spirit, here we are. Bone Spirit fires a ghostly projectile against the enemies. The missile homes in and deals to the monster's current life. If targeted against a player, it does 1/6. Work much like a static field. Okay. I mean, way too expensive. I can't buy it, so.
Oh yeah, you should probably check what I can buy from her. I've got 19,000, and I can get myself a Book of Bone Spirit, and that's it. Oh wait, Cobalt Staff of Flame Wave, Spider Staff of Phasing, Warrior Staff of Resurrect. Do you want the Book of Bone Spirit?
Long shot. Is she after her brain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just
give
found
it to Pepin.
Okay.
I'll hold on, because I don't exactly have a lot of money, and the last time
Yeah, give the elixir to Grant.
The spectral elixir? Okay.
Yeah.
Hi. There we go, and then... What the...
Talk to Thingo first, and then use it.
Ah, okay. Yum.
Now, we're at floor 9. Do we want to keep going, or do we want to stop now?
I want to try and go through at least a level of floor 9 with Velk on stream.
Okay.
Yeah. So, ding, dong, spectral elixir, and the thing that went up looks to be my strength. It's now level 59. All right, I'm gonna... So, Code's gone through the portal. I've gone through the portal now. Also, I need to refund Whatsamahoozy their fish because it doesn't look like it did the fish. So, refund, refund, and refund.
Velk, we've gone through the portal. Where are you?
I went through the cave entrance.
Oh.
So he is somewhere. We just gotta find him.
Top right.
Hi.
If you press tab, you can see him like exploring a different sector.
Yeah, I see it.
This also gives you guys time to get some experience because I'm not kill stealing.
Yep. What level are
And
you?
if we split up, we cover more ground.
Yeah.
I'm 17.
I am 16. What level are you, Velk?
I am 17.
Okay. So I'm in need of killing these mud men.
Mudman.
Dun, dun,
There's
dun,
no
dun.
need to feel down.
Oh my
Mudman.
god.
Just some-
What?
I need to find Grant.
I'm in the bottom right with Code while he's throwing fireballs.
Are you able to come up to me?
Yeah, give me a sec. Give me a sec. I'm making my way across.
There is no rush.
Yum.
What'd you find, Velk?
A shooting gallery.
Oh.
Yum.
Grant, how much dex do you have? Stay here.
Oh, while carrying a shield, 37.
I can't give you my bonus then.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Well,
It's one of those cases of just, you know, doing the work for me. Like, I need to like, I'm one of those weird classes where it's like, yep, as a warrior, it's like, yes, strength is the focus, but, you know, if I want other things, it's like I have to dip into all these other stuff. So, like, Code is very much just dipping into magic, is just going strong into magic, and you're going strong into dex, but with me, it's like I'm kind of dipping between dex and
You're doing a
magic.
paladin.
Yeah. So, long staff of mana shield. Nice. And
That
then
would be great for code.
yeah, just as a little swapsies.
Yeah.
But
Swap it out, and take your mana shield, and tell it to bugger off for a few hours.
I'm gonna drop this cap. I don't need a skull cap.
No cap?
No cap?
For real, for real?
How in the world do we get to this side here with all the... Because there's another Book of Town portal, which would help make it even cheaper.
Breach of Arkadu?
And what's more is, Velk, you've been using it the most. What level is your, teleport thing? Because mine's level 3. Okay, because I'm level 3. I'm already, like, you know, decent, reduction. So...
Oh, my magic's like 20. So I'm not gonna have much.
Yeah, but, you know, if you could, like, with the Book of Town portal, at least make it cheaper, so then that way, you know, progressively...
I don't think I could use it.
I suppose, yeah, you're using it once just so you can, you know, get out of dodge, and then because you got out of dodge, you then talk to
well,
what's
it
in the
also
koozie.
increases the amount of magic you need in order to level up further.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, Velk found the next door.
Oh, sweet Bippy.
Oh, look.
Oh, sweet Bippy. It's a hot start.
Yep. Yep, I can see the Slayer I'm trying to hit just slowly regaining health, which is the most annoying thing.
Okay, the pun was not intentional.
Hot start?
Yeah.
That was good.
It was
still,
not intentional.
It's still rewarding. Alright, oh, yeah, these, like, Slayers are pain. So, yeah, and I could
Put
see...
some pants on, damn.
Come on, just let me hit any... Okay, fine. Potion here. Yeah, like, I'm hitting this guy over and over again, and it's, like, not doing anything to them.
They could be resistant to melee.
Hmm.
Or you could be missing, I don't know.
I could be missing, quite honestly, because, like... There we go. Scroll of Golem. And I've got a Book of Healing and a Book of... I'm going to use the Book of Healing. And then... Book of Town Portal is... It's going to be held on to. I could probably sell that book if I wanted to, couldn't I?
Yeah, I'll just raise my strength up to 35 as well, just so that way I can use any better equipment if need be.
There we go.
Cool death animation. Put some pants on, damn.
Do you have any mana potions I can take off you?
Yes. Hang on. I got a few.
I already gave you like 6 before. Did you chug them all that fast?
Well, yeah. I am using spells.
Oh, we found the stairs.
Oh, good.
I got you, Velk. I'm coming.
I'm making my way back.
For the most part, I'm good. There's a lot of demons there, if we wanna...
Alright.
I was gonna say, yeah, leveling up's probably not a bad idea before we go any further.
Because Lord knows, like, we'll try and get through at least something in this segment, and then...
Try and
oh, look, the Anvil of Fury!
Oh, that's handy.
Yep, hang on. Time to... Black Storm over here. Let me just... Dink. So the Obsidian Lord down. Come on, Obsidian Lord, just die already. There we go.
Resistant to lightning.
They're immune to magic.
Try fire. They might not be immune to that.
Oh, there's one that's coming up on you.
Oh.
Don't...
Oh my god, they are tanky.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, it seems like fire's doing some damage to it.
Yeah, magic is not the same as fire and lightning. For some reason.
There we go. Ooh, a scimitar. I'll see what that thing does.
And then they're immune to fire.
Oh, and then there's a Slayer again, which is resistant to magic, immune to fire. Oh, there's another oh, you took care of that Slayer. Cool. And way more Slayers here.
Oh my god.
There's so fucking many.
So many.
There's no rhyme or reason in how many they resurrect here.
Oh.
And
don't look code.
Illusion Weaver's over here, just fucking up my day by. Come on, stop moving around. I don't want you I don't want you like recovering health, you bastards. Thank you, Velk. It's annoying when they decide to be like, let me surround you real quick, and then they walk away from me and have a different buddy. There we go.
Oh, wait. You just wait. Hell is worse.
Oh, yeah, no. We got to, like, the last level of caves, and... Yeah, you saw the screenshot.
I did. That's not hell. Hell's worse.
Yeah.
For a warrior. Hell is just straight up not fun.
Alright.
I'm gonna chuck a porty.
Hang on.
Good idea.
I'm trying to... Oh, I can't yet. Are you kidding me? I'm so close to the anvil. Just let me get to it. Oh, a Book of Flame Wave as well. Interesting.
Yeah, no. Code is not allowed.
What's wrong with Flame Wave?
What? We have damage turned off.
You'll find a way.
Slayer, let's get rid of you.
Look, life finds a way, okay?
No.
There we go.
Because you will be killing us.
Phallosian, nope. Large axe, nope. Anvil can go here. Scroll can go here. Okay.
Oopsies, I've accidentally read the spell.
Okay, great. No, that's fine.
Alright, I am going to go through Velk's portal.
Well, I mean, I could always test it on Grant first.
You're welcome to test it while neither of us are in
no,
the
no.
thingy.
I need at least one of you to be, you know. Wait, where'd the portal go?
Velk went through.
When you're done, I will bring it back up.
23 of
Or I can just do that
60,
now.
14 of 28, 50 of 50. Identify an item. Griswold's Edge, or the thingamadoogie, Scimitar. Scimitar of the Moon, +7 to all attributes. Nice. Don't invest in fire in Diablo 2. Too many enemies are immune to fire for any fire builds to be viable on hell difficulty. We're not someone that's going to be going through like hell difficulty on the regular or anything like that, sorry. Book of Town Portal. Alright, Dunk.
That scimitar sounds like it'd be alright for me as well.
The +7 to all attributes?
Mm.
Yeah, could be. So yeah, yay, we got Griswold's Edge again, doing fire hit damage 1 to 10, and plus 25% chance to hit. Fast attack, knocks targets back, plus 20 mana, minus 20 hit points, so...
I mean, the only thing is that my club does 15 to magic, but getting all those other attributes probably wouldn't be too bad.
Alright,
many though. The hell?
Alright,
I've never seen that many mobs.
Where are you?
I'm in.
Alright, I need to talk to the what's-mahoozy lady just real quick. So, yeah. All great advice, Roscoe Mercer, but none of us are in, Diablo 2 right now. Long Staff of Speed. Snake Staff of Nova.
Your
Besides,
elemental...
we're only doing normal difficulty anyway. We're not doing Nightmare or Hell.
Yeah, I'm not, like, I am someone that is interested in the narrative, what's the word I'm looking for?
Drive?
Narrative drive and just, you know, completion for satisfaction, not the I need to have my greatest difficulty in my challenges. It's like I don't need that. That's not necessary.
Yeah, you're not me.
Yeah, you've wanted me to go through savage tier like raids at current patch, and I'm just sort of like,
No, I wanted you to go through ultimate. There's a difference.
What's the difference between savage and ultimate? What?
Ultimate is harder.
Yeah.
I also need to find a crew for the Binding Coils of Bahamut. I need to tell my...
Oh, but you won't do Savage, which is the same difficulty as that. Okay.
It's not the same difficulty! And what's more is...
bet.
Let's get a full crew together. Let's... You know how it is 8 people in total, 2 tanks, 2 healers, 4 DPSs.
I'm aware. Good luck. It is Savage difficulty.
Oh, that's a new one.
Yeah, we haven't seen that one before.
Ah. Take your bet. Is the Lava Lord immune to fire?
God damn it. Lava Lords. I was really hoping we wouldn't have to deal with those.
Strength increases my damage? What?
Cave Viper? The fuck does this Cave Viper want? There we go.
Your blood, your arms, your legs.
There's a cool...
Flame Wave looking like a snack right about now.
Yeah, you want to use that, please, Code?
Hang on.
I can't hang on!
Well,
you tell me not to use a skill, and then...
Yeah, usually that means you want to use it. Doesn't look like it's hurting him.
Yeah, I'm not getting hit by the flame thingamajiggy. Ooh, an amulet. Code, I used up all my potions. Like, in that...
I have, like, 50,000 spells here!
You chose that.
No, you guys kept feeding me spellbook.
You're playing the sorcerer.
You make it sound like as if you don't like getting fed good shit. Fucking ridiculous. Garnet Amulet gives me plus 45% resistance to fire, bringing me up to 65% resistance to fire.
That's gonna be real handy.
Lol, would be funny if I somehow got up to 100.
You can't. That is an impossibility.
Shame. Oh, and I've been doing this all without Grizzald's thingamajiggy. Penetrates target armor. I guess the longsword that penetrates the target's...
penetration?
The longsword that I'm using does.
Without penetration. Mm-hmm.
Pew pew. Alright, and then talk to you. Scroll of Golem, Book of Inferno. Is Inferno good for you, Code?
No, not really. It's just a small little fire breath type attack. Not really all that useful.
Okay.
Off you go, little golem. Oh my god.
Is my golem dead?
No! It's beating the shit out of everything!
I mean, just let him go. Let him do his thing.
Yeah, I'm watching. This is fun. Are you getting experience for this?
I think so? I'm not sure.
Well, what's your experience bar while he beats the shit out of it?
Sorry, I didn't want it to hit you, so...
Oh, I don't care.
Yep, I get experience from it.
Okay.
Nice. Alright, heading back through the portal. Don't really want or need more than... Ooh, hello. Gold, thank you.
Just let little golem just go for his walk.
Yeah, but I was getting shot at. That I take offense to. Oh, it's gone.
Oh, did my golem die?
Yeah, but it took out 4 demons on its own.
We need to find me a book of Golem then.
I don't think
Yeah,
we
what are the chances of
will.
that?
Yeah.
That's why I'm hoping that Fuckface will have it in her inventory at some point.
There we go.
Hi, Jack. How you doing?
Damn,
Still
you are
sick? Oh, I'm
blocking like a
sorry.
champ. I'm just hearing your shield go ting, 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 ting,
Yep.
ting.
Ting, 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 go the bell. Ding, 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 ba 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 ba.
It's just a line of lightning down.
Mm-hmm.
Well, do you not want me to use my lightning?
Oh,
fine not
I'm
to
not
use it.
complaining.
There we
Should
go.
have gone with the don't put the fork in the garbage disposal.
Ding,
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 ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding.
I have put a fork in a blender once.
Oof.
That
What
was recent.
possessed you? What
I-
possessed you?
Actually, sorry, I told a lie. It was not a fork, it was a spoon. Because I was putting Biscoff in my banana milkshake. And I was having a really off day and forgot that I left the spoon in.
Well, okay, we will allow that then.
I don't have an excuse. It's still... I'm still stupid. Whatever I
mean,
have,
that's-
it's clinical.
That's my you know, Val, you and I have the same problem then in that regards.
Himbo squad.
I'm not a himbo, I'm just a dumbass.
You can be dumb of ass.
Hey, who says himbos had to be smart, right?
None of us. Oh my god, how many lava what's-mahoozis and cave vipers?
83.
Oh, okay, so our kills are like shared amongst us in terms of like stat questioning.
Possibly.
Yeah. I'm gonna head back into town quickly because I am out of
It's probably not worth it, but...
Nah.
I'm out of mana potion.
No, I mean, there's a strength thing that I found for Grant, but... It could change his model.
Nah, I'm good
if he
with
wants to see that.
I'm good with the
Well, sure, but you could see the change in the model.
Why would I care about a change in the model? I'm all about that
It's
stat.
cool.
Oh, hello, cave viper.
How many does it say does it kill for you?
74.
Oh. Yeah, mine was 84, so, 86.
75.
killed more.
76.
That means there's about 150 of these little shits.
Oh my god.
Woo!
Good thing we found the stairs. And when we get to these stairs, like, I just have to be I have to remember, we do not...
No, the party does not gain experience from kills.
Yep.
It is solo experience.
Yep. Alright.
Diablo 1, baby. It's,
Alright.
designed.
Hang on. Actually, what I'm gonna do, I am going to use a scroll of town portal.
Oh.
I'm gonna use that one here, and then talk
You can
to...
use mine on the way down.
Well, I like the one that's right next to me, right next to the next door, so...
Yeah, that's where I just put mine.
Think. Full heal. There we go. Talk to you. Did I have any items?
What was that kite shield you got, by the way? Because I need a shield at some point.
Large shield of power, plus 12 to strength. Requires 40 strength.
Okay, I can't use it then.
You don't have 40 dex, do you, Grant?
I have 37.
Okay, I'm gonna buy you an item. Keep this in your inventory. For hell. trust me.
All right, all right. Dunk. And then I need to talk to the witchy witch.
Yeah.
Doc gave me
Well, at least
antibiotics
need
since
a
it's not going
shield.
away after 5 days. Oh, damn. Sorry to hear that, Jack. Hopefully the infection goes down or whatever it is that you're got going on. Scroll. We got another scroll of Goldem in here. Raven's Staff of Firebolt. White Long Staff of Nova. Quarter Staff of Swiftness.
That's so Raven.
So Raven.
It's the future I can see.
That's...
If you guys do find a book of Golem, let me know.
Oh, there was a network thingy-majiggy that just happened. Is there... Yeah, there's a network thing going on.
Yep. I see it.
Oh, yep. Yep, I'm getting it. Yep.
Probably worth quitting here.
I would say so before we lose our...
Yep. Come on.
And we're back. Well, do you want to...
Velk dropped due to
Neil dropped
timeout.
out anyway.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna quit here then. Because then that way, like, saves the progress and all that kind of nonsense for me. There we go.
Yep.
And I am going to create a manual fucking backup of this,
Good idea, good idea, good idea, good idea.
So... Ding. .bak. Yep. So we get rid of this backup. So that one was edited today on the 10th. This one is a backup today from the 10th. Alrighty then. Holy shit, it is almost 2 o'clock. We have been going a lot longer than intended. And I have...
Yeah.
This is probably a great opportunity for us to end the stream here, frankly.
No, I 100% agree.
Yep. Alrighty. Let's see who is online and who we can go and raid. Ooh, Salazar Greenwood is still streaming, and then we've got Quent doing drunk carts, Derpwaff doing just chatting, and then Voidhound.
And actually, the reason why Derp's doing just chatting is because he's joining Kombochi. Who is celebrating their birthday.
Ooh, okay. All right. So let's go. I'm going to search for Kombochi then.
So, K for kilo, O-M.
I see their thing. Kombochi. There they are. All right. ES English birthday stream with Derpwolf. All right. I'm going to have a...
Yeah, so they're doing arts and everything like that for their birthday stream.
Alrighty then. I will go with the... I'm just going to throw the short and sweet himbo.
We're about to head off.
Hi, Angrel. All right, that's the raid message I'm going to go for. If you are not subscribed, you're welcome to use whatever other emotes that you want. I will be using my arrival emotes. Code, you got a raid message ready?
Yeah, hang on. It's a bit of a longie, but that's because you're doing birthday belly raid. We've come to wish you a happy birthday and rub your belly.
Ah, okay. All right, actually, so
yeah,
maybe I should do...
Start the raid there, too.
Fine. I'm going to do birthday himbo raid. We've come to wish you a happy birthday. And we come to wish you a happy birthday. There we go. I'm just going to use this one. All right, that's the raid message.
And speaking of birthdays, again, tomorrow, my birthday, 2 p.m. Everyone come over and enjoy it. Yay!
Yay! Best of luck, Code, with your birthday stream tomorrow. I will be in the middle of work when you start it off. For everyone else, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream. I greatly appreciate those who stuck around. I hope you have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, and I hopefully will see you all next time. Bye for now! Bye-bye!